Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over. Nasty.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, Nick.
Hey. Hello.
Good afternoon. How we doing?
John didn't even say hi.
That's okay.
Are you okay, John?
No,
busy.
I was
busy.
plugging in the other cam.
Are you uploading the Grum down?
No, that got done.
Oh,
Nice. Shout out John.
Again,
Whoa.
there's a lot of different things I have to do, like mute the tab when we bring up the old video.
Mm-hmm.
So
You gotta mute
that's
the
what
tab.
I was doing. Hi.
There we go.
Thank you.
thank you. That's all we ask. Just be happy. Act like you want to be here, hanging out with your two best friends.
Wow. It's a bummer for you two best friends. Poll question. Is it fun to
Yes.
work with your best friend?
Oh, probably.
You think so?
It depends on what you're doing.
They took by
I mean,
osmosis.
if you're digging ditches, I don't know if that's fun.
I bet
Unless
you
you
could
like
have
digging.
fun digging a ditch with your friend. Get some beers, dig a ditch.
I
No,
get
that's your
frustrated
job.
digging. I don't like digging.
I don't.
Maybe
wanna
it's
dig.
because there's too many dead tree roots in my yard, and I keep hitting them. And it's
Yeah.
like, oh,
We're in the process of taking out these bushes in my front yard.
Yeah.
And they are in there.
oh yeah.
Ooh, they are in there.
Manscaped.
Nice.
Not those kind.
Oh.
If your job is to be a ditch digger, you should be allowed to drink on the job.
Think so?
If you have a job like that, I think you should be allowed to do that.
Under.
Wow.
Designated
Interesting
Hitler.
that you chose this channel, John.
Well, I just thought everyone would.
Oh,
be...
it's a commercial. Oh
No,
no,
it's
it didn't go to
not.
commercial.
No, this is a.
Are those the pills?
This is like a dramatic.
Pills are good.
Pills are good.
Pills are good.
I mean,
Wow, it's
What
a
channel is
you
that?
it's
American
Skin
Heroes channel?
Yes.
Oh,
Excuse me?
okay.
Maybe-
now hold
maybe.
on. It's like an offshoot of the History Channel, and it's a lot of war stories.
Let-
and
let
this
me try.
particular individual, who shall not be named, was involved and was very instrumental in a certain war that happened about 70
He was
years ago.
instrumental.
Let
all
me
right.
try to untangle this and maybe see what they're going for here. So his personal doctor gave him a lot of drugs thinking they would help. Those drugs did not help. But maybe they're like, he was a hero because he killed Hitler, but he didn't intend to. Maybe that's the angle they're trying to take.
Well,
Maybe they gave him, what's the name of the stuff?
Meth.
Operation V, or what? The
Oh, the meth.
from the boys.
Boys, yeah.
What's it called? It's not Operation
It's
V.
V.
It's just
It's something V.
V,
No,
right?
it's something V.
Compound V.
Compound V.
What if they gave him
Compound
Compound
V.
V?
Oh, you
What
want
would his
Homelander
superpower-
Hitler?
What
Well,
would his superpower be?
There'd be some handshake memes
There
going
would
on
be
there,
some.
Nick.
It's just
Yikes.
Homelander.
Yeah.
You just want to make.
I just-
Homelander.
now, John, go later on in the day. See what's
All right.
on this channel.
Secret
All right.
Nazi ruins.
I just love the fact that just the title of the show is just
Hitler.
Hitler.
Hitler struggles.
Wow,
to
there's
stay
a
in control.
sequel.
How
Just
come this
talking
won't
about Hitler.
arrow over?
Because you're probably angling at the wrong spot. You
Go-
want
Yeah,
No,
go up.
the remote works. See, I can go up and down.
Oh, but not
It
to
won't
the
let me
right.
go
To the right.
Oh, wait, sorry.
Here we go.
Let's try this.
You're
Here we
pressing the wrong button.
go. Yeah.
Classic olds.
Well, but this has.
I don't
why
like
does
this remote.
Why does
That's
this
fast
remote
forward.
have fast forward controls when we don't have a
Why
DVR?
should it have so many buttons?
Because they just assume you're going to have a DVR.
But we don't.
Right. But
it's a
they
one
don't
size fits all remote,
Yeah,
John.
they just manufacture one remote and call it good.
Secret Nazi Ruins is on until 7, and then it's
Nazi
Nazi
Secret
Secret Gold.
Wow, the Nazis had a
Nazi
lot of
Secret
secrets.
Gold sounds like one of those, when 7-Up did 7-Up Gold. It's just like Nazi Secret Gold.
Nazi Secret
Well, that's
Gold.
just the plot to Indiana Jones.
Oh, here we go. Now we switch sides.
Bullet
points.
How do we know that's also
Nazis
not-
versus aliens.
Whoa, I didn't miss that.
Wow.
Is this like Sharknado?
Let's see what the info is.
Are we
Advanced
sure this
Nazi
isn't just the
scientists
History
take
Channel?
inspiration from the suddenly popular flying saucer movies to create Wait a minute.
Oh no!
Nazis and aliens are handshake memeing?
Who do we
Popular
root
flying
for?
saucer movies, were those out in the 30s?
I'm sure they were. I'm sure they
No.
had alien stuff in the 30s.
Flying
People-
saucers don't get big until the 50s.
People were
I
definitely.
read a
talking
book about
flying
aliens a
saucers.
But
couple
look
months
at
ago.
Look at it. It
No,
says
no, I'm with
Well,
you, John.
they didn't get big, but they were still around, right?
No.
Science
the
fiction
first
existed.
the first flying saucer, which actually kind of like Norfolk, it was it was like a misunderstanding from one descriptor to the other.
It's a weather
That
balloon.
doesn't happen for years. The flying saucer
Wow.
does not happen for years. I just read a book about it.
Maybe they just said
kidding.
flying saucers in the description to make it put in layman's terms. Maybe it's not.
Wow.
No,
actual
it was
flying
they.
saucers.
No, it was they screwed
No,
up.
I'm talking about this.
Just look at the variety we have in just these 7 channels. So at 9 o'clock, you have on American History or Heroes channel.
I have info about
Nazis
this channel, by the way.
versus aliens. On the Shop HQ, we have Anushka handbags.
Oh,
Then there's Consider This. Then there's Metro Community College.
All caps, baby.
Then there's Spanish in parentheses Europe.
well, it's because
What,
it's
well, then
European.
at
there's-
10 o'clock, it's Chinese Mandarin.
Then
It's-
there's Peace, Love, World Fashion, and the Des Moines Symphony's Yankee Doodle Pops. I mean, if that's not like a
TV
complete
is awesome.
breakfast, look at that. And they
Cable's
say
back, baby.
They say Cable's dead.
So the American Heroes channel, according to Wikipedia, is formerly the military channel and originally Discovery Wings channel.
I remember Discovery Wings. I watched a lot of cool dogfight videos.
Why is it all about Nazis?
So it's because it's about history.
Nazis sell?
Well, there's more history.
People do. You know how people love shows and podcasts about murder? They love dads love World War II,
Yeah,
man.
do people love TV shows about Nazis?
I think dads do, and
Okay.
dads are the people who have cable now.
Yeah, 100%.
No one. These are the people who don't want to get Peacock.
I gotta
ever.
get some cable back. I gotta get back on my cable grind.
We I have an
I
announcement.
hate.
We do not have the Bally's subscription
It's
anymore.
so bad. It's so.
We
so
decided to drop it. I mean, it was her
Oh,
decision. She was
John picked tennis over Hitler.
I don't want to have it anymore. But that was during the midst of the Royals taking a step back. And
It-
now they're
irrationally
okay.
triggers me every time they play that stupid commercial and said there's
Which
a
one?
commercial going whoosh, whoosh,
Do they have the old guy who interviews Nick Saban among other people? Is his commercial still on?
yeah, he's
I hadn't
on-
seen that one in a while.
in the British Basketball League.
The British Basketball League.
Yeah.
Oi.
Yeah.
Bruce says, I tweeted at Happer yesterday letting him know where he could get some plating tweezers for pasta.
Yes, I did see that.
No
tweet. Thank you.
response. You're welcome,
I'm,
Happer.
no, I'm sorry. I didn't respond. I saw it though. It was acknowledged.
Interesting.
I mean, maybe I didn't publicly acknowledge it, but that's
Then-
what I was talking about
then
with
you
the
did-
with the pasta.
Should have sent him a thumbs
the
up
tweezer
emoji.
tongs.
Yeah. Oh, I remember you talking about this
Yes,
yesterday.
but I couldn't come up with the word tweezer.
Tweezer. Yeah.
That was it. Thank you,
Bruce.
Sweeter Bruce.
Wow,
Bruce.
what an unfortunate name to have. This dude's name is Sinner,
Sinner.
Nice.
and he's got a 1 next to his name. Is he the number 1 seed?
Take that, Satan.
Dude, is this Wimbledon?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Are we cooking Wimbledon already?
How about this? No, it's later than it used to be. Wimbledon used to end around the 4th.
Yeah.
No
the final,
kidding.
men's final always used to be around the 4th of July.
I thought you liked sports. You don't even know about Wimbledon.
You're
bro.
the one who said I like sports.
You do.
You did this.
You love sports.
Yeah, you don't shut up about it.
I don't watch Wimbledon.
Whoa.
I don't watch Wimbledon.
Interesting.
They
You
all
know
have to wear white.
Sadly, it's the only
Wow. So
sports
you're
on
saying
it.
tennis isn't a sport?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm
Oh.
saying I don't watch Wimbledon.
Here's a topic alert for Friday.
Topic alert.
Are tennis players the best athletes pound for pound in the sports world?
Pound for pound.
You have to have endurance and you have to have quick
Hmm.
speed. You have to last 6 hours, but win in a 30-minute match. It's an athletic sport, guys.
Also, based
Remember
on,
Roger Federer?
what
I do.
was that movie we watched? Is it King Richard?
Oh, yeah.
King
That's
Richard.
a good movie.
They also deal with a lot in the
They-
background.
they do-
Pressures,
they-
external,
yeah.
internal.
You're all out there by yourself.
That's not exclusive to just tennis players.
Oh, I
Yeah,
know,
that's
just-
true.
Yeah.
David says gymnast for most athletic. What about the guys who do the thing with their arm?
rings.
Oh, ouch. You ever watch that? Ouch.
I used to have to go to gymnastics meets, so yes.
You got to go to gymnastics, John.
I did PA for
People would
gymnastics
love to
this
have
year.
your job. Getting to go to sports and getting paid for it. That's the dream.
This is when I was a kid. I wasn't getting
That's
paid
not the
for
dream.
anything.
That's being a child. I rescind my statement.
Why did you have to go to gymnastics
'Cause-
meets?
Because Dad liked to go to, this is back when Nebraska gymnastics was the bee's knees with the Jim Hartung and the Phil Cahoy and the Scott Johnson and the, I don't remember the rest.
So
of
he
them.
probably said, John, now Johnny boy, these are the
He sat him down on
athletes.
his knee.
These are the athletes.
John, let me tell
You want to see a real athlete?
I will say this.
Look at
I
that guy.
enjoyed that better than having to go to the track and field.
Wow.
Much more.
Hater. Those are the real athletes. Those are the American heroes. Take the
Put 'em on
Nazis
the-
away and put those
Put
heroes.
them on the American Heroes
No,
Network.
they want to draw viewers.
Bojack Horsepaste tweets in about the
Nice.
channel. Must be a MAGA channel. Next, they're playing Glory, but just the part where Denzel gets whipped.
Oh, no.
Sheesh.
Oh my God.
No.
I never saw that.
No, they're not doing that. They're not.
Come on. This is the former military chap.
movie. Yeah.
Formerly Wings.
Formerly Wings.
Discovery Wings.
I didn't know there was a Discovery.
I never-
Yeah, I used to watch it all the time. It was cool.
I had no idea.
They would talk to old pilots from like Vietnam, and they would talk about different maneuvers they did to fight MiGs.
John emails in, why is Connor complaining about the Nazis? He's clearly un-American. He wants to get rid of drinking and bikinis. He also thinks raisins belong in potato salad. What's this drinking stuff? Are you out
Raisins?
Yeah, drinking is over. Drinking, no more drinking.
on? You canceled drinking?
Yep.
What?
You heard it. You heard it here first.
Why?
No more drinking. It's bad.
Why?
It's just bad.
You hosted a podcast.
I did, and now I changed my mind. I
Wow.
rescinded my statement.
Interesting.
Wow. Did you get a bad Bush Light or something?
No.
It's just
I
a
always
Busch Light.
enjoy the drinking while I'm drinking.
It's the next day.
It's the next day. It's
Well,
the
why don't you
headache
just
afterwards.
have
Or
because
or
it
a
still
couple.
happens. It
Have
still
water
happens.
at the same time. The headaches from dehydration.
What if you poured the
Yeah.
beer and then poured the water into the beer?
That would be
Well,
stupid.
that would be Michelob Ultra.
Got him.
But
You don't
what
need
about
it.
the
Nobody needs.
post-lawn mowing beer?
Nobody needs to drink. Have a good Gatorade. It works just the
Oh,
same.
no.
Wow, what's happened to you,
no.
Happer?
This
Sober
is-
Powerade, if you please.
Sober
Oh,
Happer.
man.
Happer.
Oh, this is not good.
So I've gone to Costco and I got the nice big thing of Arnold Palmer's in a can. Those are delicious. Delicious.
I don't like
Ooh.
Arnold.
What about
Palmer,
NA
but
beers? Have you thought about the NA beers?
There's some really good NA.
No,
Yeah.
no, there's not.
Yeah,
Yes,
there is.
there
John,
is.
there is.
There's some
No.
really
You
good.
haven't
NA.
had them. You can't say that if you haven't had the good
no,
ones.
I'm going to say them.
John, there's
It's not-
good NAs.
No.
I'm an idiot. All right, you can say it. You're an idiot.
They can't be good.
They are.
No,
swear to
they're
God.
not. Don't listen
They
to
taste
him.
like hazy IPAs. They're good.
Yeah,
They're
they-
Sierra Nevada makes a really good one. There's a fresh squeezed NA beer. I had it within the last few months. Very good.
Even the ones that taste like ales.
Good. That just leaves
have
more
good
of the good
NALs.
stuff for me. Because I am not doing any more NAs ever.
Husker Country writes, John's right about NA beer. NA beer isn't even beer. I mean, yeah, technically it's not beer. It's just
But
a
did you-
flavored something.
What happened with your NA? What
He
was
had
your
a
NA?
Coors. It was horrible.
Oh, I've had others too.
In
and they're
fairness
just
to
bad.
John, it was garbage.
Oh, it was.
John almost threw up in the studio.
Yeah, it's
Like
just,
Josh.
yeah, it just
Oh, forgot about that.
Watson.
Charles, NA beer is like caffeine-free Mountain Dew. No point.
That is,
That's a good
yeah,
point.
that is
I mean,
great.
there is a point.
Yeah, you want
though.
the flavor. You want the flavor, the deliciousness, but you just don't want the alcohol.
Say you want to hang out with some friends and they're at the bar and you don't want to feel left
and
out.
this is what running has done to you.
Absolutely.
And the
It's healthy,
bikini
John.
one came from Pedro,
Mhm.
who said the French gave us Lady Liberty
Yeah.
and bikinis.
Oh,
Which
That's
one
true.
is which one is a better
and you're out on bikinis
symbol
now.
of freedom?
You
I
like the
said,
Statue of Liberty
I-
more than the bikinis?
Yes, I do.
I did laugh at the
Yes, I
thing
do.
where it said your show is the least horny show on the
Yes,
station.
put it on the marquee.
Yeah.
The least horny show.
Yeah, I canceled bikinis. I have to be.
Wow.
Yeah.
Because
I think we're
no
number
offense,
two.
No offense, it's a neat statue and all, but
You think we're the second
See,
most
this
horny?
is what I'm talking about.
I've only seen it the one time, and then I'm good. I've seen it. That's fine.
You just asked if am I sure that we're the second most horny show? The answer to that is
Just because of John.
no. We're easily number two. We are a distant second.
yeah, you're
Just a
right.
second.
Right in
The
the, middle.
morning show is Michael Johnson at the 96 Olympics. He just broke the world record. Give Gary the gold medal, baby.
Hello.
Jimmy could stand up there with him too.
And what's this about raisins and potato
Yeah,
salad?
what
See,
the hell?
I don't know.
I think
don't
that's
know.
a white person
Yeah,
thing.
it-
and so they're
I have no-
accusing
okay, hold
Happer.
I was just trying to
I've
stand
Here
never
we
up.
go.
heard of that.
John has to come to the defense of the whites.
As somebody who grew up very
No,
white
I
in a
have
very
literally
white area,
never
we've
heard-
That's
never
what
done
I'm
that.
saying, John.
I have
I agree
never
with you.
heard
Can't
that.
shake
Never
me on
happened.
this. I was trying to figure out where it came from.
Yeah.
And I was defending the idea. I was saying, I've never heard of this. Maybe it's okay. What's so bad about raisins? That's what I said.
Nothing bad about but potato salad. That's not where they go.
I don't know. I've never seen it.
I have literally
Yeah.
never heard of
I think
this
it's honestly, I think it might be more of a meme than it is like a real thing that people do.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there's raisins in like certain salads.
I
but
hate
not-
raisins.
I
I'm
don't-
good with raisins.
I'm good with raisins.
I love an oatmeal raisin cookie.
It's okay.
Thoughts on oatmeal raisin cookies?
I like oatmeal raisin cookies.
It's okay.
I like chocolate chip. Oatmeal
cookie.
cookies,
Very
yeah.
good. Very
Yeah.
good. Very good.
Yeah, I like oatmeal cookie. I think the flavor is good. Very
Oh.
underrated. We don't have it very often, so I'm like, I'd eat this, but I don't want it like every day.
According to the website The Data Lounge, it came from an SNL bit talking about how white people just like to put raisins in.
Yeah,
potato
Josh
salad.
played the bit.
Oh,
What year is
It
that
was from
from?
Black Jeopardy.
What year is this from? This bit.
No, it was recent.
Oh, was it? Well, then that explains everything because SNL's not funny.
Oh,
It was,
here comes Stibbs.
It was Black Jeopardy. Remember they would have Tom Hanks go on there and he would like be kind of like a MAGA guy, but he would it would
Looks
turn
like
out that
it's-
he would agree with the black people.
Looks like it's 6 years old.
6, 7.
Because
Mm.
Chadwick
Boseman.
Boseman.
Yeah.
R.I.P.
Chadwick Boseman played Black Panther in the skit,
Oh, that's funny.
and did it as that. Yes, he had the line.
He passed away 4 years ago.
Yes.
That's crazy. Joe in Vegas says chocolate-covered raisins are the absolute best. Once again, your food takes do nothing but just amazing. Happy 4th of July,
Chocolate covered
boys.
raisins are good.
They're fine,
Sorry
but
that I
they're
don't
not the
want-
best.
Why
Raisin.
not the
I don't like
best?
grapes either.
They're good.
though.
You don't like grapes?
No, you're just out on grapes.
Grapes are
No.
good.
I like grapes.
I don't like grapes.
I like purple grapes more than green grapes.
Grapes are super dangerous for dogs too, which is nice that I don't like them. Neither is Riz. So we
What
just
happens to dogs when they eat grapes?
Those are like
Dead?
it's like worse than chocolate for dogs because
Why?
chocolate's not good.
What's
for dogs.
what's in the grapes?
Poison? I don't know.
No. Things dogs can't
Yeah,
process.
dogs. You know they
I've-
can't eat all the foods, Happer.
Yeah.
No, I know. I've learned about this year. You guys keep telling me all these things that dogs can't eat, and I feel like it's more of a pain in the butt to have a dog.
No, it's
Then
I
ever.
almost feel like it's more telling Connor things he shouldn't be doing because
Grape
as we know,
tox-
Connor
I'm not gonna
doesn't like
feed-
dogs.
Oh yeah,
a
hey
dog a
doggy! Look at this bowl of grapes.
But what if I accidentally fed a dog a grape
That's why we don't have them.
and I killed it?
Grape toxicity is linked with kidney damage.
Oh,
yeah.
that's not
Okay.
good.
Eating the fruit can result in sudden kidney failure and even death.
A lot of things
Just for dogs.
Yeah.
A lot of things just make animal kidneys fail. Cats are the worst. There's a lot of plants you can't have if you have cats because they'll eat the plants and they'll die.
Does the same work for rabbits? Could I feed a rabbit a grape and it dies? That'd be awesome.
I think rabbits are pro grape.
Hey, rabbit.
Dude, I would love to feed a rabbit a grape if you
Are
know
they
what
still
I mean.
hanging out in your yard?
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yes.
Why,
Although I did see
speaking
a
of
hawk.
horny,
A hawk came by. and-
White and
Tua?
red grapes.
Hawk.
Tua?
How they hawked to it? Yeah.
White and red grapes can be fed to your rabbit as a treat on occasion.
What about green ones?
I think the green grapes are the white grapes.
delivery driver Doug texts in: is Connor kicked out of the gas smoke club since he quit drinking beer?
Yeah. Good question, John. You're
No,
the president.
he's not. It's just
My friend
it's
Aaron's
very sad.
Sorry.
I miss
Drinking sucks. Drinking's over.
This is
It
wild.
sucks when you abuse it, just
Yeah.
like eating too much ice cream
or
is
too many
bad.
grapes.
Or
I
too
think-
many grapes.
I
Too
think what
many
we're all
grapes.
caught up on is how sudden this is. It feels just like a sudden line in the sand.
I feel like I was there on day 0 for this though, the night of the hazies.
it's been
Was
built-
that ground
yeah,
zero?
I actually disagree with you, Nick. It's been building for quite some time.
Fair.
It's not sudden at all.
The night of the hazies.
And sometimes you just got to come out and say it. It's over.
We
Drinking
had
is over.
too many
Mm.
hazies.
I've heard that story.
I'm gonna drink this weekend against my will.
You don't have
Well,
to
wait a
drink.
minute. Wait a minute. Against
I will
your-
be attending a wedding.
You don't have to drink.
I
at a
will
wedding.
be
I've
drinking.
been to many weddings.
Yes,
You
you
don't have
do.
to- No, you don't.
This
Yes,
is
you
where you
do.
get an NA beer.
Now, hold on a second.
I will hate it.
You're denying yourself the post lawn mowing beer,
Yeah.
but I have to drink at this wedding. No, you
No
don't.
one's gonna force you to drink. At a
No,
wedding.
you don't.
I've been to many weddings where I haven't drank.
There's soda. There's
When you were
there's
12.
water. There's
Milk, yogurt, candy bars in the freezer.
yeah.
Yogurt.
I do not want to not drink at this wedding. That doesn't seem like an option to me.
I don't want to not drink.
Yeah.
You don't. You just don't have to drink.
Yes, you do.
No, you don't.
It's a wedding with adults, not children.
okay.
And it's
No one's
on,
asking you to
on
drink
top
apple
of
juice.
a mountain. And it's on top of a mountain.
So what happens? Maybe they should hold the wedding while you gas mow. Then you can get back to having the post lawn mowing beer.
Hey,
Pepper rolls on
two
in,
birds, one stone.
smelling
Yes.
like gas in his suit.
Okay. Yeah, that's an option. That's an option. But I'm not going to like it afterwards. I'm probably going to have a beer at a Major League Baseball game on Sunday. And I'm going to say, ugh, gross.
Sure sounds like he's making a lot of exceptions.
Yeah, I'm never having
this-
it
I'm
again.
never
except
having
for
it again,
anytime I
except
have
for
it, I don't
Saturday
like
and
this,
Sunday.
and
Just for that, I hope the Rockies win.
Wow.
You would have hoped that anyway.
Yeah, Nick, aren't you a Rockies fan?
Yeah, I am.
Speaking back to pets, Aaron texts in: get a pig, iron stomachs, no veggie left behind.
That's
Good
true.
take.
They eat everything.
My friend Aaron has a pig.
I could feed a pig a grape and nothing would happen.
It's like the sequel to if you give a mouse a cookie.
It is.
If you feed a pig a
If you
grape.
feed a pig a grape.
Nothing happens, though, in this case.
Mm.
Pigs are just garbage disposal.
Yippee
They
writes, thank you, Happer, for standing up for sobriety. Well, not even really anymore. Unsportsmanlike Conduct
Yeah.
constantly pushes this poison and shame Josh when he doesn't drink. It's
Who
disgusting.
said this?
Yippee.
You're welcome, Yippee.
I'm pro NA beers for the record.
Yeah, they're
I'm pro,
good.
I'm
I'm
pro sober.
anti-NA
If you want to be
beers.
sober, Happer.
I
But don't
just-
lie to
can't.
us.
I can't.
And don't say that like, oh, I'm being forced to drink at a wedding, or I'm being forced to drink at a
Imagine-
baseball game.
Imagine going to a wedding and not drinking. It's
I
impossible.
did it last year.
Imagine mowing
can
and
do
not
it.
having the post lawn mowing beer.
I can't even imagine
that.
mowing. I live in an apartment. Can't even.
I miss it.
I don't.
That is a good beer, John. It's a good.
It's a
beer.
great
That might be
beer.
one of the better beers.
It's the best beer. Some people think.
Will writes, fireworks are like drugs, eye candy, expensive, thrilling bang, a brief flash of joy, then you want more. Don't know where that
What
text
were we
came
None
from.
of us are talking about
I think Will
fireworks.
might be high. Bro.
Happy holidays, Will.
Yeah. Nice. Shout out to Will for getting
Yeah,
stoned
I'm-
at 2:14 on a
That's pretty
Wednesday.
dope.
Must
Pretty
be nice.
Yeah. Meanwhile, we're working.
Yeah.
Is the office closed
Yep.
now?
Closed it too.
People are not here at
Wow.
all.
I went upstairs.
Oh, there's 2 cars out there.
I went upstairs at
Well, one's
9
mine
this
and
morning, and
one's
there was
his.
nobody
One's
here.
Yeah.
It was Dan. It was Dan and the HR lady, and nobody else.
The HR lady.
Yes.
Wow. Nick.
I don't remember her name. I'm sorry.
You're always about respecting women. And then you say this.
The HR person? I don't know what you want me to. What am I supposed to say? in
She
this
has a
situation?
name.
I don't remember her name.
That's the issue.
I feel like that was what I said was better than just.
I'm sure she
That
remembers
person.
yours.
Charles writes slow.
It's that HR dame.
I'm sure she does too.
Oh, for a variety of reasons. Charles writes, slow down on those gummies, Will. Yeah, he's just popping them like
Did
candy.
you know fireworks?
You can always
They're
eat
like a
more, but you
metaphor?
can never eat less. Will.
It's a good way to live, Nick. It's a good way to live.
And
Maybe I'll do that. Maybe when I'm in Colorado, I'll do a little bit of that instead of a little bit of that. You know?
Oh,
That is a one or the other thing. Doing both, I hear, is not good
you've never done both,
or
Nick?
fun. I hear it's not fun to do.
Oh, interesting.
You heard that?
Yes, I've heard
seen
that.
this and heard about this?
Yes.
I'd heard that somewhere too.
Trent writes, I love a mowing beer. Always have one as my lawn guys cutting the grass. Thanks, friend.
Cheers, am I right?
This one's to you.
If you have a guy who's
Happy 4th.
if you have a guy who's doing your lawn and he's over 21, do you offer him a beer when he's done? That feels like the
Well,
right thing to do.
They probably have
Well,
other
they have
lawns to
other
do.
lawns to do.
I know I offer him a glass of water for sure, though.
Yeah.
Anytime the
Maybe
guy
some
comes
lemonade?
to fit, like our washing machine was broken
Mhm.
recently, and had the guy come in and I offered. I said, "Do you want a glass of water?" And he goes, "No, I'm good." I said, "All right, see you later, friend." And he
Whatever
left.
happened to offering people lemonade? Coming in the house and
I don't like
get the
lemonade.
Do
wood.
people have enough
Don't like
lemonade around?
No.
I love lemonade.
No, people don't have
What happened
lemonade
to
anymore.
lemonade stands?
But it's not
Oh,
like
I've seen them. The
I saw-
kids.
yeah.
I bet they're more Kool-Aid stands.
They're not worried
You can
about
pay with
TikToking?
Venmo.
at the
Oh.
Kool-Aid stands.
Well, the
Yeah,
little
the-
kids.
the
The
kids
little
take-
kids have Venmo.
Kids take the Venmo.
There's no
They
way.
they take out their little
QR codes.
Their
They
little-
do.
their little
Wow.
Fisher Price iPad and
I swear
Are
to
you
God.
serious?
I saw a lemonade stand that had a QR code.
Wow.
I saw a lemonade stand that said we take Venmo.
Yeah.
The only
Dude,
I don't
Nobody
even
has-
know why I hate that.
Nobody
but I
has
hate it.
cash anymore, Happer.
They don't.
Get
There
some
are-
cash.
Did you
which
get
is
us our
sad
Arby's?
because it takes
I didn't
longer to get
any
through
a chance.
things.
Oh, Happer, you want to take some of those coins and go get us Arby's?
Sure.
Yeah, they're in the office. They're behind one of the computers.
I do have to go to. Well, no, not for a while.
Don't worry, they won't force any beer on you at Arby's.
Chance
That's
quoting Nick. Hey, Toots, where's my W-2? Classic Nick.
We're like, where's my check for that other thing
Hey, we all love payday.
We do love payday.
Mm.
from various
Especially when it actually
places.
goes to the right account
Hell yeah,
and
man.
not back into the station account
Mm.
for some weird reason.
Nick, your thoughts?
I'm still hung up on the
Toots?
being forced to drink beer at a wedding thing.
Ah, nice way to change the subject.
You don't
Nick.
have to do that.
Good work.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do.
Wow. Peer pressure.
I have no ailments.
So did you, the first time you ever had a beer, were you peer pressured?
Definitely. Everything I've ever done in my life for the first time, I've been peer pressured. Peer pressure into everything. I love
Everything?
peer pressure.
Wow.
What?
Anytime I've ever gone on a roller coaster, peer
So
pressure.
in theory, somebody, if they were like, "Hey, I have this cocaine," you want to?
No, there's a limit. There's a limit.
Yeah, there's a hard line in the
Yeah.
sand.
No, all right.
Was
Well,
it the
it's
same when you decided to
It's
get
a line,
married?
all right.
Got peer pressure.
Kind of. I mean,
People did always ask, when are you going to get engaged?
Yes, John.
Okay.
And-
All right.
And Happer got really, I heard a story. Happer got really mad at one guy in particular. Yelled at him.
I don't remember.
Said, don't ask me that.
Wow, really?
That's what I heard.
So unlike me.
Yeah, it is unlike you.
That's probably why Josh remembers it so well.
Mhm.
Well, this was back when you were drinking.
Drinking and
you would have forgotten.
unmarried.
Unmarried. Wow, what a different time it was.
You've really grown.
And now
know.
not drinking and married. Man,
I know.
And going to a wedding.
I call it growth.
Congrats on the growth.
We are in our 30s.
Thank you.
I'm having a beer tonight. I'm
I'm
excited
watching
for
Wimbledon.
it. Old guy stuff.
Watching my sinner play.
You gonna watch the American Hero channel?
Nope. I gotta go to the baseball game with fireworks tonight.
Oh, Will.
Are you gonna bring Will? I bet he'd like it.
Yeah,
Pop
I
a
bet he
couple
would.
gummies, Will, and
Maybe
go
he'll
watch
be
the
there.
fireworks.
Whoa.
Look at the explosions.
You're telling me the number 1 seed just dropped a set to the Bertarini? The Bird.
I don't know if I have ever watched a
Berrettini.
tennis match
It sounds like a
where it's
pasta
two
brand.
Italians.
Oh.
I know.
I guess when I think of great tennis players, I don't think of
This
Italy.
is a bad look for Sinner. You can't drop a set to
I feel like
Berrettini.
this is a bad look for me because I follow sports, and while I don't watch tennis, I've heard of the big names. At least I thought I had. I've never even heard of this man.
Sinner, he's number 1.
I don't know who this man is.
Well,
Have you heard of him?
He's about to
Never.
get bounced by Berrettini in the second round.
Berrettini.
I think Sinner will come back.
I think
If Sinner comes back, will you start drinking again
yes, I'll have a beer in honor of
in honor of Sinner?
Sinner.
By the way, Will has followed up. Will of drugs says, I'm 71 years old and still get the party flashbacks from the 60s.
Wow.
What is going
I
on?
think is
And
that
he's using the text machine?
shout out to Will.
Will
Will
is
was in the
actually
trenches
71?
with drugs in
So,
the 60s.
Will LSD? Is that what we're
Or
thinking
maybe
here?
Will thinks
Can we
he's
start calling him
71.
LSD Will? Can you put that name in there?
Will, if you're okay with it, we're going to call you LSD Will. Isn't LSD the one where they say it's always in your bloodstream, bro?
That's the one that it messes with your spinal stuff
No.
if you do too
Ooh,
much
one
of
that's
it.
always in your
doesn't sound good.
bloodstream.
It's also the
bro.
one that the
Yeah, like if
CIA
you
started
touch it,
microdosing to people.
That doesn't sound good at all.
Brian writes, I've taken a similar move to Connor when it comes to beer. I needed to drink less. My position now is that there's only one beer I drink, free beer. I too am going to a wedding this weekend and we'll have a beer or two.
It'll be free. That's a good rule. I like that, Brian.
It's a solid rule.
Good take.
Well, at least it's free. If you were giving yourself this exception and paying for the beer, that would have been
Yeah, I would never buy the beer if I wasn't intending on drinking it. I do have some free beers in my refrigerator, though, that were gifted to me by people who thought I liked beer. They were wrong, but I'll drink them. They're
This
free.
was like 2 weeks ago when you still liked beer.
Yeah, I know. It was different me.
My beer fridge is full of a bunch of, like, I have a lot of stouts that are now getting like 3-4 years old, so they're aging very well that I need to get to.
They're still in your fridge?
Those sound like
I have one in my fridge. Most of them are in my bar.
I don't know if I want to drink a 3-year-old stout.
They age
I
up
don't
to
want to
5
drink
years.
a 3-minute-old stout. Pour that stuff in the toilet.
Oh,
Wow.
John,
I
stouts
think
are good.
No,
If
not
I
a
like
fan.
beer.
I'll have a stout maybe once a year if it's cold outside.
Yeah.
Maybe if I'm in the mood.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
there's a time.
mainly
That's my
a winter.
fancy.
It's mainly a winter season. We have a bunch of the Goose Island stuff.
Oh,
Honk.
the what did they call that?
Goose Island stouts, I believe.
No, it was
Nice.
They had a special name. Because I went to the Goose Island
Oh,
brewery
Back when you were drinking.
back when I was and I like beer. Yeah,
Goose Island
in
stout.
Chicago.
Bourbon County.
That's
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
That's it.
So I have like
I
one
brought
regular,
some back for Chris Whitney.
and then I have a bunch of like different ones. I have a cola one.
Ew.
I have one with cocoa nibs, among others.
Cocoa nibs.
That's what it
Cocoa
says. It
nibs.
says cocoa nibs.
That sounds like an East-West Bowl football player from the
Cocoa-
Key and Peele
cocoa
sketch.
nibs.
Cocoa
it
Nibs,
actually sounds like-
BYU.
It actually sounds like a cereal.
Cocoa nibs. It does.
I'm pretty sure it is.
delicious part of this complete breakfast, where we have a glass of juice, a glass of milk, a bowl of cereal, 2 pieces of toast, and a bowl of oatmeal.
LSD Will has responded.
Nice.
Cray, but okay.
All right, I think Will.
I'm,
I think Will might be 28.
I'm calling into question the whole I'm 71.
Well,
I think this is an act.
You were cooler when you were 71, Will.
I guess scrolling through the some of the previous texts, one of them was no commercial audio on YouTube. You 71-year-olds know how to use YouTube. Audio.
Yes, that was an
There
executive
are a lot of
decision.
dots in here, though.
That's pretty old.
That's a
Olds
classic.
love
old.
ellipses.
They do. They're
Ellipses?
huge fans.
Again,
But-
I think it's an act.
By the way, nice haircut, Nick. Looks good. I took my sticky note covering you down. That's
Oh.
funny. That sounds like something an old guy would
Thank
say.
you. I appreciate
People
that.
would put sticky notes on just so they didn't have to see Nick.
Great call.
Can we put a giant sticky note
I
right
can just
here?
start wearing a bag over my head.
You know what we should do? We should just start moving Nick around like we can. Like,
Oh,
look, see,
oh,
we're moving him
no.
around. See,
Oh, hey guys.
Oh, here.
Hello.
Just a sec, John.
So you can go everywhere.
Move him back to the bottom left. You ready?
Yeah.
Canceled.
Ah.
Oh, I
Look
forgot
at
I had that
Yep,
one. In
look
there.
at that.
Hello.
Forgot I
old
had
school.
that one in there.
Sad.
Mhm.
Oh,
Sorry,
I'm
Nick.
back.
Well, Happer, enjoy
Well-
your day.
If you can.
You guys too? No,
No beer.
there is more to life, John, than beer. This is what I've learned in my journey.
By the way, circling all the way back to the beginning of the segment when John turned on that channel, that was
Rage.
Quentin tweets in a photo from Spartan Stadium. Remember that?
Oh, yeah. I
Oh,
remember
yeah.
that.
I had totally forgotten about
Great
that.
trivia
And
question.
Mr. H
Wow.
was the answer to a trivia
Mr.
question.
H. Wow, that was that
Designated Hitler.
that was insane.
Yeah.
That was insane.
Yeah. Wild
Yeah.
trivia question.
That's
asked
why we
by them.
root for Michigan when they play
And
Michigan
Remember
State.
their excuse? It was like they got it off of some sort of service.
Yeah,
Yes, it was on a
true.
YouTube video.
It was on, yeah.
Yeah.
they
And
were
the guy
just
was like,
ripping
I
a
didn't give
YouTube
them
video.
permission to use my YouTube video.
So they got double mad.
Yeah. Yikes. Not great.
Not
Not great.
Well, you guys will enjoy Wimbledon today.
Oh, man, this is great.
Some good matchups.
Yeah.
We'll get the other TV fixed again, too.
Yeah,
I
there's
hope
nothing
Sinner
on.
ends up beating
It's a quiet
Pasta
time.
guy.
It's a quiet time. John, it's almost like we need to,
Have day baseball. Yes, I know.
or,
We need to have day baseball.
Go home.
no, I was just going to say fast forward to sports.
But there isn't any of that on a Wednesday afternoon
Oh,
at
come on.
2:24
July
either.
3rd radio is fun.
COVID
radio.
year there
I do
was.
like July 3rd radio.
Are
I'm
you saying
excited.
bring back COVID, Josh?
No, please not.
Don't
What's
you want
wrong
an
with
NFL
you?
playoff game right around this time?
There was that last year because of the snowstorm, though. Remember that? Bills Steelers.
Yeah, I do.
Mhm.
That was goofy.
That was wild.
It was weird.
All right. Well, have a good rest of your week, gentlemen.
Hey,
Oh, that's right. This is
man, F you.
Yeah.
What?
bro.
What? Why are you so mad at me?
Get out of here. You two.
Yeah.
What? I'm
You
still
both of
here.
them.
I want them to do a podcast together called We've Got a Podcast
I do too.
on Friday.
Oh,
No,
Well,
I'm not working.
I won't be
I'm
around.
not working.
You can record from far away.
That's right. That's
probably
the
be
beauty of
tickling
podcasts.
chains.
You can do them
Away.
anywhere.
Nice.
I'll be in my car. You want me to podcast while I'm in my car? That
Don't
would be
pod and
crazy.
drive.
People love potting and driving.
We've talked to many of our guests while they're on the
They all seem to
Yes.
work at
Car.
the Omaha World Herald. Hi, welcome to the show.
Honk,
ding,
honk.
ding, ding. Joel Lorenzo.
Oh man, I miss Joel.
Why was he always walking?
He was
in
always
traffic?
getting almost hit by a car.
Every time.
Honk, honk.
Every time.
Did seem like he was in traffic a lot.
He was. Yeah.
All right.
Well, have a great weekend, and we'll see you whenever you're back.
That would be Tuesday.
Oh, you too?
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Look at us.
I didn't want to, Josh. I'm sorry. I'll be
Listen to
I'll be
these two.
gone until Tuesday.
Listen to these two.
This is unreal.
I was trying to fight for you guys, you know.
How'd that go?
It didn't work
Didn't go well.
for a variety of different
Yeah.
reasons.
Yeah.
And he'll be gone too.
Mhm.
Yep.
So who's doing the show on Monday? Is it just Dodson again?
Josh has decided that he really likes to do the show by himself.
Okay.
Hmm.
What a time to be alive.
For many.
Indeed.
We'll look forward to it.
Yep.
Okay. Bye.
Goodbye, Happer.
All right. The Grum on a Wednesday, the day before the 4th, next on 1620 The Zone.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Is anybody out there?
Hey,
Hello?
there
Hi.
are
Are you
people.
there?
There are all these people watching us right now.
Thank you for watching.
That's so cool.
Probably from your homes.
Oh, maybe the pool.
Sportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Welcome to the Grum. It is July 3rd. And
Happy early birthday, John.
Oh man, that is so cool.
what, having an early birth?
Just having a birthday.
On the birth of our country.
Yes,
You know, Nick, when I first met John,
and still the birth of our country.
he was turning 40.
Oh.
And now
I'm not.
he is not. Now I'm almost 40.
It's true.
That is wild.
And I'm almost 30.
Wow.
It flies, kids. It flies.
does, John. The time. It flies.
You're no
Yeah.
longer a young, spry boy.
No,
No.
I'm not.
Not anymore.
No more spryness.
But we are here and we are
Spry
live.
guy.
Just like we're
We
going to
are
be
live.
here and live on Friday too.
How do
is
we
real.
prove it, John? How do we prove that this is a live segment?
Put up your phone with the date.
There we
No,
go.
I don't want to.
Look at that.
I don't want.
Oh, a little blurry. There you go.
There it is.
Wednesday,
Can't
July
people like
3rd.
take screenshots or something and
Oh.
tap into your network, whatever?
I don't think
No.
so.
I just don't.
No.
DT, I don't trust anybody. The Grum Down brought to you by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard. It's time to drug yourselves, your dogs,
Will.
have the hose ready.
The hose.
Well, yeah, in case things start on fire.
Hey, shout out to a couple members of Gen Alpha that I saw this morning coming home from my run. They were sweeping up the fireworks
Oh.
in the neighborhood.
Good for them.
Now, I wanted to roll down my window and yell, "It
Get
was the
back.
second last night," but I didn't.
Yell out. Go back to your TikToks.
Yeah, but shout out to those young kids
Good
for
for them.
cleaning up the mess
Now,
that they made.
were they cleaning it up because it was the right thing to do, or is that for a TikTok?
There was no cameras involved. I saw two boys sweeping.
Hmm.
It was like the end of episode 8 of Star Wars. Sweep, 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 and then they saw something in space.
And that kid has the force.
Yeah.
Yeah, indeed.
The hype monster loves FanDuel.
What?
Mike Schaefer will be along with Husker247.com.
Mm.
And so too will Eric Edholm of NFL.com.
Mm.
Who benefits and who doesn't in realignment? What is the win threshold to be in the at-large debate?
Oh, man, that's a question that I've been asking myself for quite some time.
Well, we're going to give you an answer.
You're going to guarantee?
Well, I'm going to give you somebody's answer.
Okay.
You can agree or disagree if you like.
I'll give you a take.
How much of LeBron's contract is for the daycare?
Wow.
It is a Dumb Debates Wednesday. Get in your dumb debates.
Nice.
Hashtag Dumb Debates on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page at USC1620. You can also email John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com. That's the Equitable Bank inbox. At Equitable, we take banking personal. And
Firstly.
answer the phone on the first ring.
Yeah.
And will President B be the next big story in July?
The July surprise?
The July surprise,
Then we all
it's-
lose.
It's not just for football anymore.
Wow.
You were reading a tweet or
Yes. It was an excerpt from a Wall Street
From a
Journal.
Wall Street Journal story because there's a lot more stories coming out.
Yeah.
Apparently, Veep has been working the phones today.
Dude, I watched an episode.
Hey, everybody. I got a tip for you.
I watched an episode of Veep last night because I just wanted to laugh. I watched the election episode when it ends. Spoiler alert for season 4 of Veep. It ends at a tie.
Yeah.
Dude, that show was so funny.
It was very good.
That show was, I mean, anyway, yeah, back to the current era, which is not funny.
Which is not very funny,
No,
but
real life sucks.
There was an excerpt that
I think
said
West Wing did that at 1.2.
some of President Biden's top donors have latched onto a Star Wars analogy aimed at keeping nervous supporters from defecting. The analogy is President Biden is like Yoda, old and frail, yet wise and influential, whereas Donald Trump is like Jabba the Hutt, a gluttonous and powerful gangster.
Did you see Yoda?
No
in
body
episode-
shaming. I thought we weren't body shaming anymore.
That only applies to some people.
Yoda in
We're allowed to
episode
make fun of
3
Trump's-
was not frail. Did you see him bouncing around everywhere?
Yeah, that's a great point. He was frail when he died.
Yes.
When he was just chilling on Dagobah for 20 years.
Yeah, run to Dagobah, Luke.
But there was a commenter to the story, and it's pretty apt.
Oh, what's it say?
It's
Can
it's
you read it?
actually a horrifying analogy considering that Yoda died in exile after being in charge when the whole Jedi Order collapsed and a fascist took over and named himself emperor.
People
If the shoe fits.
people forget the plot of the prequels.
People do forget
Yeah.
the plot of movies all the time.
Yes,
when
they do.
They'll be like, "This is us," and it will be the Empire like destroying a planet. And it's like, "Whoa, those are the bad guys, though."
Yeah.
Also, Yoda died pretty early in the original movies.
No, he didn't. He made it all the way to episode 3.
He didn't make it. Did he make it to 3? I thought he died.
He
at the
didn't
end
even
of 2.
show up in A New Hope.
I thought he died at the end of 2.
No, he shows up
No,
in
no, no.
Empire, and then he dies in Return of the Jedi. Yeah.
My bad.
He was there, he's laying, and then he disappeared. You have a Star Wars tattoo.
I do.
You should know these things. Your punishment is to watch Andor.
Okay,
There you go.
I can do that.
Wow, that's what an apt comment there, John.
Yeah.
Very apt.
There was a very apt comment.
July surprise. I like that. Let's coin that. Because there have been other surprises in politics, right? What are the other ones that they have called? What was the thing that Nixon did? Midnight, something at night. What was his when he fired a bunch of people? What was the massacre?
Midnight Massacre?
Yeah.
I don't know if that was July or not.
No, but it was the Midnight Massacre, right? July surprise.
Oh,
That'll
is this
fit.
like what bits do presidents have? What
Yeah, more
terms,
what? Yeah,
events?
we think that something bad will probably happen in July in the
think they'll
sports
news,
world.
You think they'll news dump this bad boy on July 4th?
That he's dropping out.
that would
Or
be
on
He's
wild.
doing an
Friday?
interview with Apollopolis.
It'll-
Is that tomorrow or is that this weekend?
Apollopolis.
What?
Apollopolis.
It's kind of like his name.
Kinda.
When's that airing? Is that Saturday?
God, to be the editor of that.
What, Apollopolis?
No, just the whole interview.
Oh,
How are you going to piece that thing together? It's like, okay, how can we make him not look as feeble as possible?
I feel
Hey,
bad for
he's-
whoever was on the board. They're just gonna have to keep adjusting his mic over and over
dude,
again.
yeah. Nick, excellent point. We need to talk more about what it's like for the behind the scenes people who have to adjust the audio.
Yeah.
Because
Audio.
we've done interviews before where it's like, God, I'm having to crank this bad boy,
Uh-huh.
and it sounds like garbage. Yeah. So good luck.
You get a bunch of background noise.
The
with
July
it, too.
surprise on the 4th of July. Wow, that would be.
I mean,
I
it's
feel
either
terrible.
tomorrow. It's either tomorrow or Friday. Friday news dump, and
Yeah,
of course, it's Friday where most people have off except us.
They wouldn't do something like this on the 4th.
Sorry, Maggie Haberman, you got to work.
This might be
Oh.
a Friday thing.
I mean, we've been calling it Jan 6th in July.
Jan 6th in July.
Oh, no.
Wow. You know what? We will prove our bona fides of being live on the air on Friday if news happens.
Yes,
We're on
yes,
the air.
we will. Yes, if anything should happen regarding President B, we'll be live to tell you about it
We've got you covered.
from the hours of 2 until 6.
We
If
would
it happens
love
be-
your
If it happens
opinions.
after that, you're out
The
on your
time
own.
to bitch is now.
Big President B overreaction.
Hell yeah, baby.
Big dropout overreaction.
402-951-1620.
The most important voice of all.
Mhm.
Yours.
Yep. Absolutely.
So that's what's coming up on the program today.
And we'll get you to the holiday. This is great. We need more dumb debates questions, by the way. We didn't get as many this morning, probably because no one's working.
Yeah.
But if you have them, I know that there are people watching us right now. I can see you. You're commenting like this from
Send them
Theo.
in.
President Michelle Obama, flag emoji.
Use us as your training ground so then you can bring all of these debates to your parties and gatherings. tomorrow.
Excellent point, Nick.
Workshop with
Theo,
us.
why is your flag flying upside down?
People always talk about how Thanksgiving, there's an uncle or something who says something racist.
There's
4th
always
of
the
July
drunk
parties.
uncle.
No one ever says that about 4th of July parties, though. So yeah, give us some fun topics that you can debate with your friends.
Mhm.
Fun debates.
Fun.
Yeah, while you're dodging fireworks.
Yeah, not horrible debates. Save those for Thanksgiving time.
Mm.
When John's
You
not
can
working.
also text them or voice them in 402-951-1620 at the 42 Degrees of Source hotline by your mom's house.
Lots of ways to get in touch with us.
Lots of ways to get in touch with us.
Isn't that cool? Technology in 2024, John.
Technology is something to behold.
Don't forget, also, you can ask Dumb Debates questions on the YouTube. One more follow-up, by the way, from LSD Will.
LSD Will.
Says, I've never experimented with drugs. I was in full-scale research, not really 71, and totally sober. So there you go. You spotted the lie. You spotted the lie.
Yeah. I mean, it seemed pretty obvious.
Yeah, probably.
You know.
Yes. It was a dumb debate submission.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you can call in your dumb debates
Sure.
too. And
You going to write it down, Nick, so you don't forget?
Yep.
Yeah, make sure you write those down.
Nice.
All right. Well, let's before we get to Shafe, let's
I can't wait to talk to him.
let's at least, because some of you say, "Hey, you stick to sports." He is doing just fine. Thank you very much. That's right. The hype monster is a happy guy today. This is the third day in a row we have fed this bad boy.
Hey, you got to feed a monster that big.
But the FanDuel Sportsbook, promo code 1620,
Nice.
has had Nebraska at 7.5 regular season wins. That's been the line since it opened back in March. I think it was March.
Yeah, sounds about right.
It's been a while.
It's been a while.
But the proverbial juice, which is the amount of money that you actually get paid based on your $100 bet. Not that every bet has to be 100, but we always do it that way because it's easier math. The juice is now on the over. Meaning your payout is actually less if you take the over
My God.
than if you take the under. The over is now at minus 114, which means you have to bet $114 to win $100 versus the under at 7.5 wins being at minus 106, which means you actually make $8 more on your under bet than your over bet.
Mm-hmm.
So the juice has now flipped.
What does Vegas know that we don't? Or maybe they watched Matt Rule's interview with Joel Klatt.
So Vegas does this every year.
No.
No. They usually have them favored, don't they?
No. They have
No.
Vegas over the last handful of years has been so pessimistic to the point where people are like, Vegas is stupid. Yeah.
And yet,
I remember them having Nebraska
yet the
high.
under has hit every year since 2016.
What did you just say, Nick?
I thought I remember last year Vegas had Nebraska up pretty high as well
I'm looking at
for win total.
I'm looking at win totals from, let me make sure this is, last year. Nebraska was 6.
Yeah.
So,
The under has hit every year since 2016.
correct.
2016, I believe, was the last time it did. Or total was 8.
2016, they did. It was 8.5, and they still hit it. Which,
Yeah.
what a different time. 2022, Nick. So Frost's last season.
Mhm.
Okay, I guess that was 7.5. That was stupid. Wow, 7.5. That was really dumb. That was an easy winner. So
People have been putting their money apparently on the over, which is why the lines have been moving.
Shanktopotamus writes, I got Nebraska at plus 134 in March. Shout out to Shanktopotamus.
Okay, see, so that's a noticeable move to go from plus 134, which means you make $134 for a $100 bet.
Nice.
Versus having now to bet 114 just to win 100.
Yeah. Wow. Interesting.
That's a decently sizable move because very, very rarely do they actually adjust the win totals.
Correct. Yeah. To get like an actual move, you need some like insane injury type stuff.
Most of the time, once the win total is set, the only thing that changes is the juice that you get for the respective bets, but the actual win total does not adjust.
Yeah.
I don't remember if Nebraska's ever been party to one of those. I don't think so. Anyway.
Yeah. Interesting. All right, there you go.
Hype monster. Hope you're satiated now. We won't be here tomorrow to feed you. We'll have to find something Friday to feed you.
Yeah, we need a columnist to write something.
How many days in a row can we feed the hype monster? This is 3. Is this 3? We've done it every day this week, right?
What was Monday? Yesterday was Andy Staples. What was Monday?
Monday was Matt Rule.
Oh, God, you're right. Yeah. 3 for 3.
We're 3 for 3.
Dang.
Will we be able to find something current and relevant
tomorrow
to feed the hype monster on Friday? Not tomorrow.
Is hype monster only Husker related news, or can it be any news that might?
Yeah.
Well, this is the Husker hype monster.
Okay.
Yeah. It's not the Air Force hype monster.
Yeah.
We don't care about that one.
Air Force.
They've decided to outlaw every offense except the triple option.
Hype monster, baby. Air Force.
Air Force.
Oh,
Army, top of the board.
If there was a political hype monster.
Political hype monster.
Yes, that's called the RNC and the DNC.
Oh,
nice.
That's all they do. Our candidate's so good. He's the best. Never does anything wrong. Wow.
There you go.
402-951-1620. John at 1620thezone.com. Josh at 1620thezone.com or at USC 1620. And don't forget, you can watch us anytime by going to zonetv.live.
Yeah,
bookmark
baby.
that.
Oh,
it takes you right to the page to bring up the video of the Grum.
And then you see us. Hello.
It takes
and then
you
see us.
right there. Right
It takes you right there. And if you save it to your bookmarks, it's even easier.
Oh, man, that's so nice.
I love book.
Or if it's in your history enough, all you have to do is start typing ZO and it just autofills and you click right to
that.
it.
Yeah,
and then it's right here
so
on
I go
us.
to Gmail.
Mm-hmm.
ZoneTV.live.
Awesome.
But coming up next, Michael Schaefer.
Awesome.
Husker247.com on 1620 The Zone.
Host Coffee Studio. This is 1620 The Zone.
At Union Bank, people don't have your money. Your money has people. First home people, investment people, people who answer the phone and your chats, dream car people, dream retirement people, driving your dream car in your dream retirement people, small business people, credit card people, and all the other people you need. At Union Bank, our people help you do more than you dreamed possible. So stop in and say hello. We can't wait to see you. Union Bank and Trust. Member FDIC.
Hey, everybody, it's Michael Smith for Ted and Wally's Premium Ice Cream. 2 locations in the old market right off of Jackson Street and also in Benson right next to Taste of New Orleans. You know, one of the toughest things about the summer is trying to figure out what you're going to do with the kids, right? You got to fill some time. It's a great time to go visit either one of the Ted and Wally's locations. Your kids are going to love getting some ice cream. You're going to love getting out of the house. It is a win-win for both of you. So whether you're going downtown and checking out the old market and getting you some ice cream or going to Benson and getting some Taste of New Orleans, stop by and tell them Severe sent you.
Mike Schaefer.
There's a part of me that really thinks that there's a Sasquatch.
Mike Schaefer.
I think the issues here are largely football related.
Mike Schaefer.
People are like, oh, the Vikings are terrible. And it's like, yeah, terrible teams always go 13-4.
Mike Schaefer.
I don't feel good for anybody. All my entire life is rooting for sports teams that get as tantalizingly close as possible and then don't win.
Mike Schaefer.
I have no joy in my heart for you or you or you.
Mike Schaefer.
Day before the 4th of July, and joining us before he embarks on a nice little mini vacation, Mike Schaefer of Husker 24/7 Sports. Schaefer, I wish your fantasy team were doing better, given the lack of productivity of one of your players. You know, if you have just advice for anyone who plays fantasy baseball, if you have any Cubs at all outside of starting pitchers, you're doing it wrong. That'd be my.
Suzuki's been okay when he's healthy.
That's the key, when he's healthy.
Yeah.
But
yeah. No, it's funny. I decided to build a fantasy team that mirrors my real life favorite team. Jose Ramirez does all the work, and everyone else gets to participate in the success. So, you know, that's basically what it is. We got to move on quickly, though. We're going to lose Josh if we continue this conversation.
No. One baseball question.
July 3rd, it's baseball.
Yeah. Hey, how you feeling after the 3-4 to the Royals? Are you okay?
Oh, come on.
I don't care. It's baseball. I mean, they started the series 24 games over 500 and finished the series at 22 games over 500. And then they won yesterday and they're now back to 23 games over 500. Doesn't matter. Just keep rolling. Sweep the White Sox, and that series ultimately had no meaning at all. So, I don't know. It'd be ideal if they hadn't lost that first game, then they would have split. But
what a great way to defend the sport of baseball. Hey, how do you feel about the losses? Nothing matters. It's baseball. Give me football. I like football. It's more fun.
I mean, sure, the sample size and everything's smaller. I'm just saying that when you're 24 games over 500, you can afford to lose a few games and then not feel like, you know, if you're the Minnesota Vikings and you start off 0-4, your season's largely over at that point in time. And then when you battle back to 4-4 and you lose your quarterback to an Achilles tear, then it's definitely over.
Yeah, see, there's advantages and disadvantages to both. That's the beauty of baseball. You know, we have all this free time in the summer. You know, it's nice, you know, to not have to fret day to day. I mean, imagine if baseball fan took every game the same way Husker fan takes football games. It'd be a miserable existence. That person would probably off themselves by March.
Whoa.
I mean, I think there's people that do follow baseball in that manner, and it's got to be incredibly difficult. I think I probably followed it closer like that at times, because generally Cleveland is not this far above 500 at this point in the season. So it's just a relaxing. I enjoy it. This is nice. They can lose 22 straight games and be over 500 right now. Now, I would not like to see them lose.
But a good way to look at it. That's a glass half full way to look at things, Shafe.
When you have no expectation it's going to lead anywhere, then it's just, you know, you're just along for the ride.
Nice.
On the recruiting side of things, Nebraska with a couple of commits this week. Houston Ka'ina Torres, offensive lineman from Hawaii. Does this kind of reopen that gateway to Hawaii and the islands?
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's sort of already been open.
Sure.
Donovan Raiola now, this is the third straight class. If you go back to Ben Scott, that they brought an offensive lineman over with, from Hawaii. Obviously, Ben Scott went to Arizona State for a couple years before transferring to Nebraska. And then you have Preston Taumua last year as the number one player in Hawaii. And then Houston Kahina-Torres is the number two player in Hawaii. And so, it might end up being the number one. I know several of our guys at the 24/7 Sports Network have seen him in person, really like him, and have kind of been pushing to move him up in the rankings to certainly a 4-star. And we'll see if he ends up, if he does move up, maybe he could end up in the top 247, which would be the highest rated commit Nebraska has at this point. But that was a big recruiting win for the reason that you mentioned. They've got offers out in 26 and 27 to more Hawaiian offensive linemen. I think Donovan Raiola has kind of found an area where he is going to be received really well as a former Hawaiian lineman that went to, went to the States and had success with Wisconsin. And now he's gone 3 straight years with, interior offensive linemen. Like, there's a chance, not likely that it happens right away, but Houston Kahina-Torres is probably going to end up at center. I don't know who bridges the gap between Ben Scott to Houston Kahina-Torres, but I think the idea is you found your long-term center with this addition, and that's not something to sneeze at. I mean, it's funny, since Cam Jurgens, things have been pretty good at the center position for Nebraska, but there was a run there where it just felt like no matter who was at the position, it was just a steep decline from what you ideally would have liked. And so I think they feel good about where he sets them up, with that depth. And then certainly they've done a nice job just recruiting offensive line in general these last couple classes. So I just felt like it was a big recruiting win, and he's a guy that would, if the class ended today, he would certainly be in my Super Six. He might even be number one right now.
Interesting.
Shafe, John and I don't think we followed the recruiting discourse as much as we did, 5, certainly 10 years ago. And so I feel like for something to kind of break through and get to
what happened.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. A lot.
Which is just the consistent drumbeat of players would come in and then maybe not be as to what they were expected to be, and then quite possibly transfer out.
I think you might have just explained it very well. And so I use that as a wind up to say, like, when something gets to our desk, for lack of a better word, it makes me wonder, like, all right, what's real here? What's not? And so I want you to maybe help explain to us if the concerns that some people have right now, are they warranted? Is Nebraska losing out on guys to schools, frankly, that like Alabama or Florida State that are just better than them? Like, what's real, what's not real, do you think, with the way in which fans are responding to the Husker recruiting efforts at this point in time?
Yeah, I mean, I look at this class and I see a lot of last year's class in it too. I mean, 2 of their biggest pickups in Dylan Raiola and Grant Bricks happened in late November and early December, respectively. Yep. Carter Nelson is sort of the big key difference between last year and this year. And I would argue that's sort of your Christian Jones, who I still feel good about Nebraska getting, but they're probably going to have to wait until the fall to do it. It's not a particularly sexy class, but I think some of the difficulty is you were hoping post Dylan Raiola you would get this bump in players that would be interested. And I think there's truth to that. But ultimately, do they need to align with Nebraska right now, or can they commit somewhere else and keep an eye on what Nebraska does in the fall and then jump back over? Because it's not like Nebraska can't make room. It's not like they can't take some of these guys, like the upper echelon players. I mean, not everybody's going to have that luxury. But ultimately, if you wanted to keep an eye on things before committing to Nebraska, it's not like there wouldn't be a room for an Isaiah Mosey if Nebraska starts 7-0. It's a wide receiver from Kansas City, or if Dawson Merritt, and I don't think it's likely that he would flip. I think he's pretty adamant that he made his decision and that's what it's going to be. But if Dawson Merritt decides, okay, I don't want to miss the boat on this thing, I think Nebraska can make room for those kinds of guys. It's more so people had a thought that things would be clicking because of how it ended last year. And instead, it's more of the same of how the cycle last year began, which is really projectable athletes, guys that are probably going to play positions that they don't play in high school, guys that are going to need a couple years of Corey Campbell and the nutrition staff to get their bodies to where they want to be. It's a developmental class. And I think people want the stars, and the stars just aren't in there yet. I mean, I think Jamarian Parker is probably the biggest name in this class, and it's a big get for Nebraska, but he's not in the top 247. I mean, he's a 4-star. But yeah, there's not a lot of like sexy appeal to this recruiting class. Like, it's just a workman class that's going to take a few years to see what those results shake out. But I think that's kind of what Matt Rule is going to do, but they want to be able to intermix some of the top end guys when they have that opportunity. It's a hard sell right now when you're on year 8 of losing.
So should folks, Schaeff, kind of, I don't want to say lower their expectations, but maybe at least not expect to see the regular top 20 classes and maybe change the discourse a little bit, because once we see how this works over the next 2 or 3 years, we can kind of reevaluate at that point, given, of course, that the wins and the losses start to, go to the favor of Nebraska.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that there's anything that I can say that's going to quell some of the concerns that somebody has as they look at this class. Like, I just think my advice on it would be to try to be as patient as you can, because they're probably going to make some hay closer to December. They're also going to probably add a transfer portal player or two. They're probably still going to finish right in that same, 18 to 28 range where they've been for the last decade. And here's the thing, they've been there for the last decade and it hasn't shifted the results a whole lot. So I don't know that we need to get super hung up on what that number looks like. I think it's more important, and it's always been more important, do these guys fit, and how quickly will the staff determine whether someone can play here or whether someone can't, and then they have to move on from them. They're also a super young team. I don't look for them to take a lot of commitments in this class. They can't game the numbers or the rankings by having 28 commitments, that are mid 3-stars, but you have so many of them that you get to move up in the rankings because of it. I just think there's a lot of different things you're going to add to it being what seems like an underwhelming number, but I would just preach some patience on that to see how things go. I would also just allow to see what the early part of the season looks like. And some of these guys that they took a chance on at the end of the 23 cycle or in the 24 cycle, see what some of these guys look like. And that might also make you feel better about some of the, quote unquote reaches that maybe have occurred in this class.
Schaeff, we talked a little with Bruns yesterday about the indispensable Husker list that is being doled out right now at Husker 24/7 Sports. You did not have Harburg on your list. What was the reasoning behind that?
I did not have Harburg on my list. No. I don't know. I don't know what to do with that, because I don't know what exactly his role is going to be. I don't know if he's going to have a game-to-game impact. I really struggle to say one of your 25 or 24, whatever number we are. It changes every year. It's almost like it goes up. I don't know that I can sit here and tell you that the backup quarterback is more valuable than people that are actually going to be on the field contributing in the game, just because you want to feel good about what's in the room. So I wouldn't have put him on, or I didn't put him on there. I'm pretty sure I didn't put him on there.
You did not.
It's hard. I made the list like several weeks ago and have not consulted what I actually did in that time. So I need to go back and see who's on there and who's not on there. But I think he's really important. But if he never ends up playing, or if he's just a gadget play guy, then is he more valuable than Emmett Johnson? No. Is he more valuable than, even an MJ Sherman? Probably not. So it's hard for me to, with that list is really difficult, because you find yourself like weighing player versus player. And it's really hard, because sometimes it's like, well, this guy's going to get a lot more opportunity, but this guy plays at a more premium position. This guy hasn't broken out yet. This guy might already have kind of scratched his head on the ceiling of what he's going to be. So it's, you're kind of just throwing stuff at a wall at some point. But yeah, I don't feel like I needed to include Harburg though.
Mike Schaefer joining us from Husker 24/7 Sports on that same subject. Micah Mazuka or Mazkua, depending on if he goes by how it's pronounced or how it looks like it's spelled. He ended up on the most indispensable list this week. Phil Steele in his preview magazine had him second team all Big Ten. It almost feels like, based on the fact that he had so many starts at Florida, he certainly has a lot of the measurables. Does it feel to you like there's a boom or a bust quality here that in terms of what is expected versus what he will bring, finding any middle ground there might be hard to find?
I think the idea is he's a very veteran offensive lineman who's, I wouldn't say seamlessly, but stepped into a situation in Florida where he's able to play and they didn't receive a downgrade there at all. This is a guy that had aspirations of going to the NFL, and I don't know that his draft grade came back to the point where he felt comfortable enough skipping one last year of school and potentially some NIL money on top of it. And I think Nebraska presents an opportunity where they've had some success with a guy like Ben Scott, and he was able to come in and play and is an important part of this team. So I don't even know how much bust there is there. I think that there's a chance that he's not, an all Big Ten lineman. I don't think that's a stunning revelation here on July 3rd, but I'd be a little surprised if he can't be an adequate starter for you. If he can't just give you, what you were getting last year out of Nori or, whoever they were cycling through at the other guard spot. So I sort of look at it like it's wouldn't say a risk-free thing, but I feel like the gains are going to be much larger than the chance for a potential loss.
Shafe, one more from me. Surprised at all that Matt Rule is as bullish as he is publicly, mentioning to Joel Klatt earlier this week that he expects a massive jump from year 1 to year 2?
No, I think there's people over in that building that still haven't figured out how the hell they didn't win 6 games last year. Oh, yeah. I mean, I think that they feel like they have talent over there. I feel like I'm not even saying I know they feel like they have talent over there. I've had conversations with them both on and off the record about this. I think they are very comfortable with what they have defensively and the scheme of which they're running and the jumps that might occur, because this is the second year for a lot of those guys and they took to it really quickly. Who's to say that they can't have a little bit of a jump there? And I also think there's some real confidence they have a guy at quarterback that they, didn't have at all last year. Didn't allow him to do different things. The offense can be a little bit different. I know there's a lot of enthusiasm for that wide receiver room, and I'm the one selling the Kool-Aid down here in South Lincoln, getting people fired up about it. But they like what they have over there. And so I like that he was confident about it. I think that reinforces, if he feels that way, if those players are walking around feeling that way, then theoretically they should come out and see some success early and have some confidence, because if they can play with some confidence, that's a big step for this program. Because I don't think last year, even when they were winning, it wasn't like they were the most confident bunch. It was kind of oh man, look at this. How are we doing it? And then, oh no,
it's happening again.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, Shave, have a relaxing few days. Hopefully Hudson enjoys his first real trip, his vacation, and fireworks free, I assume.
Good luck with the loud noises. Yeah.
Yeah, we got little earmuffs for him if it gets to be too much. I'm more concerned about how he's just going to do sleeping in a completely different place. He's done okay at the grandparents' house, but this is different. Also, putting together and taking apart a pack and play, I did not realize it was going to be this annoying, but it's, I only have however many more years of it to go. So
there you go.
Yeah, a couple, and it depends. Maybe there's another one.
Maybe there's another pack and play.
And if
we'll
there
let you
is,
announce it if there is.
Thank you. I was going to say, I mean, if I'm your guy, I'm the guy to tell the world.
We're going to tell all our friends and family to listen to 1620 The Zone.
Yeah. Hey, you got any big news? Children, divorces, marriages? We're happy to announce it on this show. We're happy to do so.
Since I love to give you guys ideas, free ideas, I should say.
We're doing a show on Friday. Some of us are working Friday, so give us an idea.
It's gotten really expensive if you wanted to put your announcement in the newspaper someday. If you think about it, they could just come to you you could have just a segment every Friday where you just run through announcements. You're congratulating people on their 40th anniversary, things of that nature.
That's a great
describing
bit.
what they look like in the picture.
This is a great bit.
It is a great bit. We can call
Agnes
it
and Merle, congrats on 65 years.
Yeah, we can call it the unclassified classified section.
I love it. I love this idea.
Good luck.
All right, Shay. Thank you. Mike Schaefer, Husker 24/7. We will continue. We've got more coming up, including Eric Edholm to join us as well on this day before the 4th on 1620.
The Connor Happer Show.
I like to hear AI Lou host.
This is a rundown of your top 25 scoreboard from Saturday's action. We begin with the Bulldogs of the SEC, Georgia, number 1 in the country. Between the hedges.
What's up with Ryan Day's beard, Lou?
Looks a little painted on, if you ask me. Just for men.
The Connor Happer Show. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620. The Zone.
I don't know who was the one that decided to do it.
By the way, John had turned it off. We got to do a good job about making sure
I
that
did turn it off.
No, but then Nick turned it off. He
Oh, I
clicked it
thought
at the same
I thought
time.
I was the one turning it off.
During the break, we talked about it. Nick is going to handle this.
I had actually turned it off earlier, so he must have turned it back on.
Yeah, it's the whole
I
going
didn't know it was
live
turned off.
situation.
All right, so
people have been bitching about this.
Some idiot made a decision that we can't play commercials anymore on the air.
Unless it's one of our bosses. Then
It wasn't an idiot who made that decision, John.
Yeah, because Cody writes the
Seemed
no
very
volume.
defensive.
The no volume during commercial breaks is one of the worst changes. Please have Nick give us the reason why he made the change.
Legal. It's legal reasons.
Legal reasons. So then we were
we've
like
been breaking the law for the last 5 years.
Accidentally.
So doesn't that just say that it doesn't seem to be that big of a law then? If we've been doing this,
Bingo!
nobody cares.
Bingo!
But we are going to follow the law. We're going to follow the rules. So during that very limited time when we weren't on live with Mike Schaefer, during the break, we were like, what if we did something? And we were poking around in StreamYard and we found this thing that we could do where we could upload audio.
Yes.
And now the criticism comes in.
Right.
Stop it with the noise. What do you want? Do you want the noise? Do you want the silence? Very sad.
Pick what you want.
We can't give you everything.
Mm.
We can only give you some things.
And it won't be like this forever, by the way.
Posty writes, silencing during commercials rules. It's so relaxing. Dave writes, I can get used to and learn to love the dead air during ads. Hearing this same song on a loop will get old. For the record, Dave, every break will have a different song.
It's
will. Not going to just be the same song, but it will loop during the break because that's easier on us.
Yes.
Because then we can.
Yeah,
do
we're
it in
not
the
going to
background.
sit here and babysit you. You know, this is our break. We
Yeah.
do this for us. We
I like to sit in silence.
After a long, arduous interview that we just had with Mike Schaefer, we need those 4 minutes
I came up with all those
to
questions.
just relax.
Yeah, talking to him live.
Right?
4 consecutive
very,
live hours.
It's very stressful to talk to Mike Schaefer.
It's stressful.
So we're doing our best.
It's just we're tinkering with things, and it won't be like this forever, friends.
It's not.
I'm sure
allowed.
we'll have other things that will fill the space that will be even more annoying. So stay tuned.
Back in the day on the audio stream, now I don't know what it's
Audio
on there anymore, but it would just be like karaoke versions of pop songs, but without the voices. So it'd be like the beginning of like Higher by Creed, or like songs by Nirvana. And then it would just cut off right before the lyrics started.
Wow.
So maybe it wasn't karaoke. It was just like songs that had long intros.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yippee writes, play some chill instruments. Alex and Lincoln says, very live interview with Schaefer. It was the most live interview you've ever heard.
I've never heard a more live interview in my life.
Dave writes, dead air seems easier. No, it is easier, but we wanted to give you something. Dave, people were reaching out, tears in their eyes. I miss the
They
noise.
were saying, oh my God, I need the noise.
The silence is making me go crazy.
The silence is making me think about my life.
Yeah, nobody wants to think about their life.
No,
Not at a time like this.
And there is the confusion that sometimes, oh my God, did I lose the signal? Did I lose the feed?
It's like the end of The Sopranos.
Exactly. It's very jarring.
You're still rewatching. No, I guess you're watching The Boys now.
Watching The Boys now.
You'll get back to your Sopranos rewatch.
I mean, I know how it ends.
That's true.
It ends in silence.
Don't
which
stop.
apparently people don't like anymore.
Brandon says, you mean the taped interview with Schaefer? So stressful.
Nobody uses tape and radio anymore.
Yeah, it's recorded.
Stop it.
John emails in Equitable Bank inbox to the people complaining about no sound during commercials. They could go back to the stupid music Mike, not Stibbs, the old boss, used to make them play on the app. Wow, buddy. What did we play on the app back in the day? I don't even remember that. I remember John talking about Johnny Rogers and stuff.
Yeah, they had me do a whole bunch of stuff.
Wait, I do remember this. People said that it was like circus music, I think.
Oh, I do.
Yeah.
Oh,
buddy.
You know what we're going to do? We're
What?
just going to dig up some old commercials, and all you're going to hear about is jazz.
Oh, bring back jazz. That would be fun. Commercials for restaurants no longer open. That would be a fun thing to play.
Ooh, yeah.
Go check this place out. It's brand new.
Hey, don't forget it's Sprite Night at Peony Park.
There you go. I don't know what I was reading recently, but it brought up P.O. Pears, and all I thought of was the dearly departed Mike.
Man,
people
P.O.
love
Pear.
that place.
You drive by, and now it's just these giant freaking apartments, man. I remember when Lincoln had some character. Now it's just nothing but apartments.
Was P.O. Pears that good?
Yeah, it was. Yeah,
Okay. I never had it. Everyone always says it's
Yeah,
like
it was
the
really
bee's knees.
I mean, was it the greatest burger in the world? No, but it was good. It was
I
just
don't
a
realize
nice.
they were a burger place. Well, it's serve pears.
No, it's not serve pears.
Charles,
no, it was just like a live. They had some live music on occasion, and yeah, you could get It's the first place I ever had peanut butter on a burger. Delicious.
Wow, I didn't realize that place was radical like that.
I love.
It was very radical. It was just a good place to hang out. They had some sand volleyball courts outside, and you can inside, outside. It was a good place. It was a really good place, and now it's freaking student housing.
We love student housing, don't we, folks? Charles writes, can we?
Hell, they're all just pitching tents out in the yard and protesting anyway.
Not during the summer, John. It's too hot in the summer.
Oh, soft.
Charles writes, can we play Vegas Nick vlogs on loop during the break?
I could do that. I actually could do that.
What if you just
want that?
Nick,
no.
What if you played me on loop saying, hey, Chris, we're on an escalator. Are you scared, bitch? For 4 minutes. Over and over and over.
That's Chris's worst nightmare because it's like the escalator ride never ends.
It never, ever ends.
You know what we could do? We could just replay JJ Redick on a loop.
Oh, what did he have to say?
With Bronny, I want to clarify one thing you just said, which is Rob and I did not give Bronny anything. Bronny has earned this, right? Bronny talks about his hard work. Bronny has earned this through hard work.
Mm-hmm.
He's earned it,
Hard
John.
work and his last name.
What's his last name?
James.
What about his first name?
Bronny.
Yeah, did that earn him anything?
Yes.
Also, it's funny to hear somebody say, a grown man say, Bronny has earned this through hard work.
Mm-hmm.
Does he need to drop the knee? Should he just go by Braun? Johnny earned it.
He's making
earn this.
He signed a 4-year deal, which is basically going to pay him more than $8 million.
That is more money than normal for the 55th overall draft pick. Right?
Yeah, and it's guaranteed too.
Yeah, that's amazing. The guy doesn't need guaranteed money. His dad's LeBron James.
I mean, think of the life-changing money this is for Bronny.
Yeah, well, now he doesn't have to ask for his allowance anymore. Shout out him.
Or does he? I bet it's in his contract that he has to actually go to dad and ask for his paycheck
to see if he can spend that money.
No, if
and then he'll say, well, did you mow the lawn? No.
I wonder if Bronny was, I guess he was at USC. I wonder if he's been living with his pops or if now he has his own place.
I bet Bronny would have some money if he was allowed to be his dad's son in that movie.
Good point, Nick. I wonder if they're going to ride to work together.
So the guy's good enough to play in the NBA, but he's not good enough to play LeBron's kid in his own movie.
Hey, there are different skill sets. Basketball player, actor. I mean, you do have to act some. Oh, flop. But, you know.
Well, doesn't he have to have some skills on the basketball floor, too?
He does. He scored 4 points a game.
Yeah. I do. And by the way, LeBron James also apparently has signed his deal. He got a max deal. So he's getting
2 years. Yeah.
$52 million a season.
Buku bucks.
Buku bucks to help get that franchise back on the winning track. Am I right?
Oh, man. Here comes Celtics John again. I miss 80s John when he was a Lakers.
No, well, you know why 80s John liked the Lakers? Because the Lakers were good and Magic Johnson wasn't having his kid play with him.
Celtics John, you can't say that word.
Who are you, Damon Benning on a message board? A front runner? Nice. You see what I did there? Front running John. Only liked the Lakers when they won 5 championships in the 1980s.
I do like the rhetoric, though, that, well, look at all the owners and all the nepotism in the organization.
Yeah, this is different. I heard Van Lathan, he's from The Ringer, and I heard him basically poke holes in that argument today, and I thought that his argument was really, really good.
Here's the biggest hole to poke into it.
Well, if you're an owner, you own the franchise.
Right.
You know, it's like he brought up Dr. Jerry Buss, right? And so Jeannie, he was essentially grooming her to take over the Los Angeles Lakers. Stephen Jones with the Cowboys right now. He's being groomed to take over them. So it's the family business. Now, I know it's a different family business than like a mom and pop shop in Omaha, Nebraska, but still, it's a family business. This is using your leverage to not even get someone a job within the organization, like Kyle Shanahan, for example. This is them taking a draft pick away from somebody else that you know maybe would that it had
or just
deserved
or a
more.
roster spot from somebody else. Also, there's
Certainly
a
a
difference
roster spot.
between the employer and the employee. As influential and as rich as LeBron James is, he's still the employee of the Los Angeles Lakers, right? The owners can do what they want to do. But if you want to use the argument of, whoa, the nepotism exists, this nonsense about two wrongs make a right. If you're implying that because Stephen Jones is being groomed by Jerry Jones to take over, and if that's wrong,
then you shouldn't want this to happen.
Then you shouldn't
either.
want this to happen either.
Yeah.
This is the same nonsense that leads to us watching CNN randomly on a Wednesday. This is the same crap that happens in politics. One side does something bat poop crazy one way, so the other side instantly thinks, oh, we need to go in exactly the opposite direction, but be just as bat poop crazy. All you end up with is more bat poop. That's it.
Yeah.
And that's what this is.
Bat poop begets more bat poop.
That's what this is. And here's the thing. This would be my question. For JJ Redick, for anybody in the Lakers organization, for LeBron. How is this going to make you guys win?
Yeah, and I would ask the follow-up too. How is this going to be good for this guy's career? And this guy, I'm talking about Bronny. This is, man, like you think of pro sports, you think of sports in general, and you get a bunch of guys together, right? It's a very alpha environment. And we've heard stories over the years about Nebraska football and how a player will show up and they're a freshman or they're a transfer and they're put through the ringer and there's a lot of pressure because the veterans, they want to see how these guys respond. This is akin to a coach's son kind of getting to the front of the line, cutting a bunch of people. Yep. And it's not so much minutes that he's going to get, but it is a roster spot that this guy is going to get, that he is taken away. And look, I get it. He's at the back of the bench. He's not going to start. We're not saying he's like taking a starting spot from a good player.
Right. It's not like the Celtics won the NBA championship. People forget that, by the way. The Celtics won the NBA championship. It's not like they won it because they had the best 15th guy on the roster.
Yeah, that guy doesn't care. And so in the end, this is really not that big of a deal from that perspective. But man, like, I just can't imagine showing up to work every day knowing that you got that spot because of one reason. And look, he probably doesn't care, but if he has a little bit of self-respect, I'm guessing he probably is like, this actually kind of sucks. Like, or at a certain point in his life, he is going to realize what a really crappy situation his dad put him in.
Sure.
The organization put him in. Like, I feel like this is a bad dad move for LeBron.
I think it's a terrible dad move.
Yeah.
You know, as a parent, you want your child to spread their wings and, you know, go out and set forth and be their own man or woman. Mm-hmm. That's what you want them to be.
Yeah.
And instead, it's just like you're dragging them along, all for your selfish dream of getting to play with your kid on the floor. And listen, would it be different if he was actually as good as his father?
Well, he would have gotten drafted by the Lakers at 55. He would have gotten drafted before that.
Precisely.
Like, will that be a cool moment? Sure. But it is also so...
I disagree. It will not be a cool moment. It'll be a cool moment for him. It might be a cool moment for Bronny. But in my opinion, it'll be a fraudulent moment because he didn't earn his way to that spot. The only way he earned his way to that spot was because he's Bron's kid.
Yeah.
That's it. That is the only way he earned his way to this spot. I don't care what kind of bull junk JJ Redick wants to feed. Oh, by the way, JJ Redick also got his spot, probably for the same reason, except they're not blood relatives.
Oh, you're talking about being the head coach?
Yeah. He's LeBron's podcasting buddy. Oh, I'll give him the job. What the hell?
I love podcasters.
I'm saying this knowing full well that Junior was a great ball player, but were there similar nepotism discussions?
No, because
Junior was in?
Because Ken Griffey Jr. was a really good baseball player.
Mm-hmm.
He also didn't play with his dad right away.
Right.
In fact, what they did was they actually acquired his dad so that they could play together, but that was when Ken Griffey Jr. Sr. was at the end of his line. And sure, there's nepotism in other places.
Yeah, he got selected first overall, Nick, but like John said, his dad wasn't on that team and in high school. I mean, he was
really good.
I know that Junior was a really good player. I just didn't know if there was also similar.
No, if there was anything with Griffey,
discourse.
It was that being the son of a ball player allowed him benefits that other. It's just like Steph Curry growing up with his dad being Del Curry, Kobe Bryant growing up with his dad, even Patrick Mahomes, like these guys who get to grow up around pro sports. If they have any semblance of athleticism, it does put them way ahead because they just know a lot of things. Mm-hmm. You don't know what you don't know.
Yeah.
And these guys but I don't think that it's obviously not the situation because and we talked about this a lot in the run up. He wasn't even like a top 10 player in his recruiting class. Look, the guy had a heart attack or whatever it was last off season. He should have played another year in college. But the reason he didn't play another year in college is because LeBron's career is coming to a close and they want to have the moment of
exactly. This is all to have the moment, and that's it.
Yeah.
This is all to have the moment. It would be different if Bronny ended up being as good as there was promise for him to be. And for things that some of them not his fault, he got sidetracked.
Yeah.
And listen, it's hard enough to live up to the name.
Yeah,
Dale Earnhardt Jr. living up to his father's name was very difficult. And sure, did he get some advantages early in his career? Yeah, but he had to earn his way. And it's already tough enough to live up, especially when you're someone who is that big an alpha, who is that big a legend, who is that big a star. And then just to hamstring them by essentially just bulldozing your way in and making a spot for him.
Yeah.
Listen, if it happens, and I know Josh Odson put up a prediction this year that Bronny's going to play on Christmas Day with LeBron on the Lakers. It's not going to be a special moment as far as I'm concerned. For them, it will be, sure. But I'm not going to sit back here and wax poetic about it because that spot was not earned. That spot was not earned. It was all forced. And again, I would ask the question of anybody in the organization, how does this make you a better organization and an organization that is a winning organization? Because this is the kind of move you would expect from a low rent, no pride, no championship franchise who's just doing it to get the clicks, who's just doing it to get attention. This is the Los Angeles Lakers, the second winningest franchise of all time, behind the Boston Celtics.
Wow.
People forget that the Celtics just won a title. Jordan writes, a dad setting his son up for failure because of what he wants. That's never happened before. ... Dylan Raiola, ? John writes, Nebraska got Raiola because of nepotism. We need to start rooting against him. They didn't get him because of nepotism. They got him because his dad played at Nebraska. That's not nepotism. That is using an advantage that you have in your back pocket.
Also, did you watch the tape?
Yeah,
he's good.
That's not nepotism.
He's good.
Now, the Jordan comment I think is interesting. If you are to believe that Dominic was the reason that he ended up at Nebraska, if his career doesn't turn out to be as good as people are hoping it will be, people will probably blame his dad for that instead of him going to Georgia.
Okay, yeah, they might do this, but again,
no, I think that people are talking about different things.
Yeah, nepotism didn't get him those 5 stars. Nepotism didn't give him the talents that he got. Okay,
those are called genes.
There's always going to be nepotism, but this is beyond the pale. Especially when you can, I mean, he's a 2nd-round draft pick who got a guaranteed 4-year contract
for a lot of money. Yeah, I mean, his dad will probably protect him to some degree, but players on other teams are going to enjoy if and when he plays, they are going to enjoy just hounding the guy on the floor, hounding him.
402-951-1620. Still to come, we've got Eric Edholm, but coming up next, we got the Run and Wrestling Connection.
Yeah, I got to figure out what I'm talking about.
Yeah, there's nothing happening in running.
No, there's plenty that's happening. Plenty.
Left, followed by right, followed by left, followed by right.
Wow. I started watching a movie last night about ultra marathoner. It was great. I was like, I should pick this for the movie club. It's on YouTube. It's only 90 minutes.
Why don't you just ask me to jump off the first national tower?
Sheesh. Gosh. Wow.
1620 the zone.
Nick Grimm for Circus Sports Iowa. Nothing is more American than baseball on the 4th of July. Make Circus Sports Iowa your 4th of July baseball destination. Tight money line splits means you're making a little more money than you would on similar lines from those other guys. What's more American than that? And with the amount of games and props, you will be winning a lot with Circus Sports Iowa anywhere in the state of Iowa. And when you do win a lot, Circus Sports Iowa won't punish you by limiting your account. A lot of the other guys like to do that too. If you love football, then also check out the contest happening right now. Circa Million 6 and Circa Survivor. Those two have a total of winnings of $16 million. You can check those out at circusports.com. Go ahead and check out Circus Sports Iowa today. It's your new sportsbook. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
listen to the sad version of the Open.
I thought it sounded great.
We're still working, folks. We're still working. But hey,
We're here.
Before we get to Eric Edholm, it's time for the run and wrestling
I forgot about that. I'm sorry.
connection.
What's up with all these listeners, John, asking us to do a wrestling segment?
You want to talk to me about running?
Maybe I do, John.
You know what? This is what we'll do. We'll do a minute of running and a minute of wrestling. The run and wrestling connection.
I've already run like so many K today.
This is wrestling. This.
For no particular reason, I decided to go for a little run.
Get off the wrestling mat. Boo!
Run and wrestling connection. Did you find something?
Well, it's a big week, John, for those of us who are running in the 2025 Boston Marathon.
You know what happened in Boston recently? At a victory parade for the Celtics.
Yeah, I'm going to just run by and flip everybody off there next April.
When you're running the marathon, are you going to get one of the Boston City Connect jerseys?
No, I am not.
But it's bottled after the marathon.
Even if you flip
Josh.
them off, it's only one finger. That signifies number one is in the Celtics.
I will get
number
maybe
one.
a Red Sox one because I used to be a Red Sox fan. But John,
loser.
Have you seen this? They won 4 World Series while I was a fan. 3 World Series while I was a fan of them. Have you seen this? Have you heard about this?
No, I have not.
Boston Marathon runners are allowed to get pre-register.
Oh.
Able to insert, upload your time, your qualifying time, and boom, get pre-registered. I did that. I got the email. Sir, congratulations. Tears in the email's eyes. Sir, congratulations. You have been pre-qualified for the Boston Marathon.
Is your sport so boring that
Boring.
the only thing you could come up with was,
Boring.
hey, you can go online and register? What is this? Are you doing your taxes in
You
July?
gotta register. So, John, the Boston Marathon, you have to qualify for. You have to be fast to run the Boston Marathon.
Yeah, but you're just talking about
Look
going
at that.
online and
It's been
registering.
verified. My time has been verified. Now they know that I'm a real person. I'm a real boy. Thought you'd be excited for me.
Well,
Many people are wondering what
we
will
are
the-
excited
what
for you
will the
and
cutoff
getting
time
to
be?
accomplish this.
Oh,
but
you don't
but to-
seem very
but
excited.
To use
Every
this
time I bring it
segment-
up, you say my knees will explode soon.
to use this segment to say I went to a URL and I inputted my information.
I didn't say that.
Boy, that's exciting.
I think it is exciting. I got excited. I got that email.
Well,
I qualified for the Boston Marathon.
hmm.
Boston College. I don't believe it.
Nice.
This weekend, it's the Money in the Bank pay-per-view.
Which
Oh.
problematic country is this one?
Actually, it's
happening in?
Canada. Very problematic country.
No, we like Canada.
Of Canada. Yeah, it'll be in Toronto.
I'd love to go to Canada.
Do you know
Home
the
of Nick's favorite
concept
artist,
of
Drake?
Do you know the
Ugh.
concept of the Money in the Bank?
There's like a bank and there's money in it. And boom.
Well,
Problem
no.
solved. America.
So
saved.
it's a
More
it's
like a briefcase.
It's a ladder match.
Isn't it up at the top? It
It's
hangs?
a ladder match, and you got to
It's
grab
like
the
Squid
briefcase.
Game, kind of.
Yeah, and if you
Squid
have the
Game's like this.
briefcase,
Mm.
the briefcase guarantees you a championship opportunity whenever you want.
Nice.
So you could literally like run into the middle of a championship match and cash in your Money in the Bank, pin the champion, win the match,
You're like, mine.
win the title.
It's fun.
So it's
Except
the,
it's wrestling.
Like
It's not
wild
fun.
card.
well,
It's just
see, this is actually fun.
fun.
But
Shocking.
the early betting favorites, if you're betting on wrestling,
Goldberg. Is it Goldberg?
I still think it's weird that they allow betting on.
I do too.
this.
It's fake. Rey Mysterio Jr.
Rey
His name's
Mysterio
Dominic.
Jr. is not. in
His
the,
name is Dominic.
yeah, Dominic
no,
Mysterio.
no. Rey Mysterio is the dad. Rey Mysterio Jr. is his name.
Oh,
Yeah,
no,
jeez,
but Dominic Mysterio is also
man.
raised.
I think you're thinking of the nepotism.
Yeah.
Mm.
He's a
And-
nepo baby.
Anyway, Drew McIntyre is the favorite to win, but I'm going to make a prediction right now. CM Punk is going to screw him
Oh,
because they've been feuding.
hopefully with consent,
They have been feuding with consent.
I didn't know Rey Mysterio was a junior.
bro.
Yeah,
I
I,
thought
had no
you
idea.
knew things.
Yeah.
Not really much about wrestling.
Yeah. Matthew said SmackDown is coming to Omaha this month. Is John going?
The boys have tickets, yes.
The boys will be back in town.
The boys will be back in town.
Why didn't you ask me? I went to Raw. That's
You
where I
don't know
got
who
the
Rey
$40
Mysterio
shirt.
Jr. is.
I know who Rey Mysterio is. I've just never heard
You
him
just
referred
said
to as
Dominic.
Junior. Because I
Dominic.
thought you were talking about Ray's kid.
Oh, also in the run portion of this segment, I mentioned it during the previous segment. I started this documentary about the guy who just won Western States. Man, this guy, fascinating person.
How many states did he win?
The Western ones.
It's a 100-mile run, Nick.
How much?
100 miles.
How far west?
It's in Cali.
That's just a state. Why do they call it
Two
Western
folks-
states when it's a state?
Two folks from Omaha and a
Typical
former guest of my
California
podcast ran it this year.
Typical California arrogance. Oh, we're going to call this the Western states. No, you're just a state.
It is one state. It is indeed one
It's
state.
a big state, but it's just
Shout
one.
out
also-
Casey and Todd.
It's also not the most west state that we have.
That's right. We have Alaska and Hawaii.
Yeah.
Take
Hawaii
that,
has-
California.
Hawaii has the Iron Man.
Is Hawaii so far west that it's east?
Oh, great question, Nick.
It depends on which.
I'm going to
time
Hawaii,
frame
but I'm
it's in.
leaving California and I'm flying east to get there. Nice short jaunt.
Well, anyway, Saturday night on the Peacock, you can watch the Money in the Bank.
I will not watch this. I will do something better with my life.
Wow.
What, like go online and register?
No, I already did that, John. I'll probably get some rest because I have a run coming up on Sunday morning.
I didn't realize this was the, apply to be a member of the, what was the thing we did when we turned 18? We had to
The draft?
yeah.
Yeah.
But what'd they call it? The
register?
I don't
selective
remember.
service.
Yeah, there it is.
We should have called this the selective service and wrestling connection.
Sorry, I just
Because
wanted
that's
to give,
all Josh is talking about. Oh, I can go online on a website.
I just wanted to give an update.
Cool. Why don't you tell us your credit card information while you're
I
at
won't
it?
do that. 2 months from now, I'll actually register. Then we'll get in, baby.
Oh, wait, this isn't even an actual
No,
register?
it's making sure that you can prove your time. And so now I don't have to worry about it when I register in September.
You're doing a horrible job promoting your sport.
I'm doing a great job. Doing an excellent
Wasn't there like some exciting running that happened this weekend?
Western States happened. It was awesome.
And people set records and stuff.
Yeah,
and yet,
the Olympics.
and yet we're going to talk about Josh going on his computer and registering.
Dude, the woman who won the 400-meter hurdles in the trial.
It's too late
She
now.
is ridiculous. She's the Katie Ledecky
Wow,
of
you
running.
can't just call her ridiculous, Josh. That's
I mean,
messed
she
up.
is. She chose running as a vocation.
And she gets paid for it, John. That's the dream.
You know who else
John.
gets paid? Braun Breaker. He's fighting for the Intercontinental Championship this week.
You know who else gets paid?
Eric Edholm,
Boom!
Nice.
who's neither running nor wrestling.
That we know of.
Next on 1620 The Zone.
Focus, John. Focus. We got to focus.
I
Focus.
will. I'm going to focus.
Because we're talking football, baby.
We're almost to the weekend-ish.
Yeah, kind of.
For those of us who still have to work on Friday.
Tomorrow's a premature weekend.
I'm hoping that our next guest, Eric Edholm, our good friend from NFL Media, NFL.com.
Yeah.
Of course, he could probably just like post a story and then make it look like he's working.
Bingo.
Are you working Friday, Eric?
Are you trying to take all my secrets public here? What's going on? This is the trick I've been using for like 12 years. This is a tough moment here. No, I'm off. I've got a few stories in the can though. So you
nice.
You called it pretty close there.
Nice.
How many of those stories did you glean from Hard Knocks off season with the Giants?
Oh.
Yeah, I watched it. Yeah, I
did.
Didn't finish. I had to skip ahead a little bit just because there was, some kind of newsy stuff, I guess, and some interesting little nuggets. Of course, I'm a draft guy, so that it took, added in interest with me. But yeah, it's always fascinating to kind of pull back the curtain and see how teams approach their off seasons, where they start and where they end, and how they get to where they're going. And I wrote today a little bit about the Daniel Jones, Saquon Barkley thing, in the sense that when the Giants decided they were going to pay Jones to give him one more shot, they weren't ready to give up on him. They knew that they couldn't have a $40 million quarterback and also a $12 million running back, much as they wanted to keep Barkley. So, there was that. There was the fascinating little window into how the Brian Burns trade sort of first started. What was funny was that I actually know Dan Morgan, the Panthers GM, a little bit, and I also know Joe Shane, the Giants GM, and I happened to be standing right behind those guys. Had no idea that at the time that was going on. They were having the first discussions about the Burns trade at that very moment. I ended up talking to Dan first after that. And I wish I'd known. I know exactly what I would have asked him, but it's cool to get those kind of behind the scenes looks a little bit.
Hey, Eric, going back to what you said about, the offseason and how these franchises handle contracts. I was going to ask you about my Cowboys late in the interview, but I'll just do it now because this has been a weird offseason, I guess, to say the least, with, you have two contracts, certainly, where guys really want those deals, or you presume they do, in Dak Prescott and certainly CeeDee Lamb. Micah Parsons, his deal is kind of hanging over everything, though they can obviously kick that can down the road. What do you make of what is happening in Dallas? And I wonder if you think that the idea that maybe Dak is the one who actually doesn't want to be there anymore versus them not wanting him to be the future is in play as we move closer and closer to 2024.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a number which would make Dak happy and say, oh, yes, I actually do want to be here. But, players do hold some power in these negotiations, too. And, if you're Tua Tagovailoa in Miami, or, kind of reading the tea leaves a little bit and feeling like, kind of a similar situation to Dak. And obviously Dak's been around a little bit longer, a little bit more established, and he's put the potentially catastrophic injury behind him. He's been a little bit up and down one year to the next, but coming off a mostly terrific season, and somebody who was in the MVP discussion, and other than the playoff loss, I think you could say was pretty terrific last year. And does he feel like he's in a position where he can kind of do a Kirk Cousins-like move late in his career, kind of pick his spot, if you will, and wait for a team to perhaps give him an extra year's worth of salary as a way of kind of luring him? Or is that a daunting idea? We just had a 6 quarterback first round. We still have a number of quarterbacks still very much in their primes, jobs. There's always quarterback jobs out there, but probably in the next couple of years, certainly next off season, might be fewer than other places. Then again, may not have as strong a draft class at quarterback next year as we had this year. So, there's so many variables, and obviously, if a player's made a fair amount of money in their careers, maybe they can be a little bit more willing to kind of risk those situations. And I think Cousins obviously had plenty of time to kind of gear up to where he got this past off season. So, it kind of depends on your perspective, and I don't know behind the scenes exactly where the Cowboys stand and where Prescott's camp stands, but it's been pretty quiet.
Yep.
And for those two guys, Dak and Tua especially, because I don't think we're worried about, Jordan Love getting a contract. And, we already seen Trevor Lawrence get his. And so the young guys tend to get paid, and that's not as big a deal. Tua with the injury history, and then Dak obviously been a little further along in his career. Slightly different situations, I think.
Eric Edholm, NFL.com, joining us. Of course, last week, the courts ruled against the NFL in the Sunday ticket case. Now there's still a lot of other things to go. I'm sure the NFL is going to appeal. But end game this for us. What do you expect to come out of this case, at least for the consumer? Where can we benefit?
So I got to be real careful here as an NFL employee.
Sure,
They
yeah.
have, kind of let us know that this is still an ongoing case, and there are a lot of open ends here. And like you said, I think an appeal would make a lot of sense from the league's perspective. So technically, I can't really offer too much perspective on that. It is certainly one of these things that I think when the number was announced, people were shocked, and people started paying attention to this story a little bit more, and kind of asking what the bigger ramifications might be, and whether they're going to, whether it benefits them, are they going to see part of this settlement, or are they going to see lower rates, more flexibility in what kind of packages you can buy and all that stuff. And the answer is we just don't know at this point. So that's my best diplomatic way to say that while it is fascinating and has a lot of different tentacles to it, it's not something I can probably give you a whole lot of perspective on.
Fair enough.
Eric, as we get closer to the season, we'll all start doing predictions and whatnot. And I have to imagine that there are going to be two teams that are going to get a lot of love as those kind of breakthrough franchises for 24. And they both made it to the divisional round last year, one in the NFC, one in the AFC, Green Bay and Houston. It seems like reading the article that you did recently about some things that are perhaps like overblown, offseason overblown storylines and ones that deserve more attention. It makes me think that you maybe don't think that Houston could maybe be that breakthrough team. Why is that the case?
I think they'll be good. I really do. I mean, we saw enough out of C.J. Stroud last year. First of all, you have the offensive and defensive rookie of the years and a great young head coach. A lot of people felt like D'Amico Ryans deserves coach of the year honors as well. He didn't get it. But still, I mean, I don't know if you can argue with anything that he did last year, and kind of held that defense together, gave up a lot of yards, but made big plays when they had to. They made a running back change. They had, injuries at receiver and shuffled offensive line, and somehow still, made it to the divisional round. And, we're in that game against the Ravens at least until halftime. But I just feel like, first of all, there's a tougher schedule this year. That's going to be an issue. The division, I think, has gotten better. Tennessee's loading up. I think Jacksonville will bounce back. They were 8-3 at one point last year before everything started crumbling a little bit. The Colts too. If Anthony Richardson's good and Jonathan Taylor's another year removed from his health issues, this could be a much better division. I think people are giving it credit for. And then on top of that, you just look kind of down the stretch. They have a ton of non-divisional games that I think will be real heavyweights, depending on how teams like the Jets bounce back and things like that. But so that's part of it. Yes, I think they're a better roster today than they were, 9 months ago or even a year ago, whatever you want to say. And CJ's going to continue to, I think, do great things in this league. But level of competition, I still think the AFC has a lot of heavyweights. Even if you think Buffalo's down or Miami's a paper tiger, or there are a few other teams that aren't quite ready for prime time, like the Chargers or whatever. Even if you're of that belief and think, that they've got a clear path, I still think there are enough teams with a little bit more playoff experience, a little bit more depth, a little more defensive talent that might be able to kind of hold them off. So I'm not saying they're going to go, 9-8 and miss the playoffs, but I do think it's going to be a little bit of a rockier road, and they're not sneaking up on anybody either. But yeah, it's hard not to love the direction they're going. They clearly went for it this offseason, big moves for, Danielle Hunter and Stephon Diggs and other acquisitions as well. So, yeah, I mean, I'm prepared to eat my words on that one because I know how, they appear to be headed in very much the right direction now.
Eric Edholm, NFL.com. A few weeks ago, There's a lot of different articles out, people interviewing folks within the special teams, we'll call it special teams industry, coaches, analysts, things like that, talking about the new kickoff rules. And it seemed like, oh my God, what are we going to do? It could be confusion. It could be panic. Some teams were saying we need to find somebody who can, directionally kick a pooch kick. And now it seems like we're kind of turning a corner. I read a couple of stories today where the idea is, we're just going to boom it out of the end zone and we'll let the touchback happen at the 30-yard line. Is this kind of where we expected it to be all along? Is team instead of trying to reinvent the wheel right away, let's just kick for the touchback. We'll give them the extra 5 yards and we'll see how this plays out.
Yeah, I think it's going to depend on the team, right? I think there are some there have definitely been some teams that I think have committed more to their special teams units than others in terms of, special teams, strictly coverage guys that don't play on offense or defense, that they'll keep on the roster because they're so good at those things. Obviously, talented kickers who can place the ball in small spots, perhaps an exciting returner who can help impact the return game. Players with experience from other leagues who've used similar formats before and, may have some translatable, experience here. So, and then there are some that may take the approach that you just said, which is let's not mess with it here. Let's do, the smart and easy decision. But, we'll see. I'm hopeful that the kickoff return is a competitive play again. I hated seeing, first of all, the number of kickoffs have dropped off, almost by like 70% over a 20-year period. But certainly even in the last 5 or 10 years, we've seen a drop off. And last year was the fewest number of returns we'd had in, I think, league history, or at least since it came to at least a 16-game schedule. So, something like 570 kickoff returns as opposed to normally in the 1,000 range over the course of a season. That's a big drop off. So it's a risk. I think this is a rule that's a pretty big deviation from what we had before. It's going to look funny in preseason when you watch it the first couple times, but I still think there are some creative teams out there, and these special teams coordinators, I don't think they get enough credit for understanding X's and O's and spatial recognition and know how to exploit different angles and things like that. Maybe they'll be able to kind of inject a little life back into this play. I mean, you saw the Steelers, like 7 minutes after the rule passed, they signed Cordero Patterson. It makes me think that there are teams out there that believe this is I don't want to say an exploitable rule, but a rule that they can maybe use to their advantage if they handle their cards right.
Prediction: somebody out there is going to do something that we're going to be like, dang, I didn't think about that. And it'll be kind of like when the Dolphins broke out the Wildcat formation against New England, and it's just going to
kind of broke everyone's brain.
And then pretty soon, within a few weeks, everybody had a Wildcat or something like that. But somebody out there is going to do something, and I think that to me is the most fun thing about this, because it's going to happen. This is a game of innovation and creativity.
Multiple returners, reverses. I mean, because there's all kinds of things. Maybe putting a quarterback back there. We heard, some Steelers mention that Justin Fields could be a candidate for that. I mean, I don't know if that's what they're going to do, but if you have a young, talented, athletic backup QB that you're not currently using, especially for teams that may want to keep a third quarterback, why not put somebody with, ball handling skills, speed, elusiveness, whatever, and put it back there and see if it works. I think there will be some things that are tried, and maybe this is still a league of tradition though, and I know fortune favors the bold, but I don't know that always is the case in the league. So I think you got to be a little patient, but I agree with you. I think eventually somebody's going to have enough time where they say, "Hey, we've seen this on tape. We think we need to try to exploit that."
Eric, there's been so much conversation surrounding the 49ers and those skill guys, going back months now. And hell, we can go back a few years too with Deebo Samuel. With Purdy's contract, becoming more and more imminent over the next, year to 2. What's the end game with those wide receivers, with him, with CMC? Like, where does this ultimately go, given his production, his being Purdy? Incredible production, but there still is always going to be the debate about how much it's him versus how much of it is the system.
Yeah, and we saw this, early in Tom Brady's career, right? When he was a ball distributor, and he was somebody who was, prior to those star players arriving like Gronk and Randy Moss and whatnot. I mean, his job was to get the ball in the hands of Troy Brown and Deion Branch. And, I think Brady was sort of viewed in a somewhat similar way. He obviously had more team success than Purdy's had to this point. But, it's hard to argue with what Brock's done, especially coming off that wrist injury. And, it's such a short time, and putting up a year where he was, top 5 in MVP voting, was probably the leader at one point, won some big games, and obviously took his team and played very well in the Super Bowl too. I mean, obviously to the cusp of a championship again. So yeah, I mean, I'll be fascinated eventually to see the numbers and the timing of it. And is he just the next guy in line and gets paid along with those elite guys? And we're reaching that, we've gone to 45, 50, now 55 million is kind of the new threshold that people are projecting. And look, it'll be at 60 before we know it. Is that the kind of money they're ready to commit to him? Or does Kyle Shanahan still have wandering eyes at that position like he always seems to have had? So those are big questions that I think will be answered in the next year or so. But obviously you can see as they flow played an extension for Ayuk, nothing's happened there. Trade rumors, Debo's even been mentioned. We saw a small adjustment to CMC. Christian's going to be there, I think, until the wheels fall off. I can't imagine him going anywhere. Kittle, same thing, fan favorite, unique talent. That's probably someone you can lock in long term, at least until health, is an issue. So I think they're going to ride this season out. One of those receivers, probably Ayuk, I don't know, but that's my guess, will be gone next year. And they'll continue, drafting at the position. I mean, you had Ricky Pearsall this year. They might even do another receiver next year. And that would open a window, 2 big receiver contracts at some point coming off the books, theoretically, to allowing them to afford a guy like Purdy. But I think you probably want to see one more season of what we saw last year to feel, okay, for sure he's the guy now, and we can go forward with this plan.
Make sure you go to NFL.com Friday to see what Eric already has in the can.
Nice.
Hey, I don't want to, build it up too much. It may not be that great.
Oh, well, I mean, so much for that promotion. Eric, keep track of all your fingers and toes. Be careful out there on the 4th, and have a great weekend. We'll look forward to catching up. Next time we catch up with you, I'm sure we'll be in the middle of practice.
We will.
Practice.
Unreal. Practice. It's coming, my boy.
Just
I
practice.
can't believe it.
Thanks, Eric.
Enjoy the holiday, fellas.
We will.
Hey, you too,
Thank
man.
Thanks for having me.
You're welcome. Eric Edholm of NFL.com. So
John's words, not mine.
Practice. This is not the Hard Knocks. This is like a pre-Hard Knocks Hard Knocks.
It's like how I put in my qualifying time for the Boston Marathon.
Oh, it's that boring.
No, this is Hard Knocks is more boring. It's boringer
than someone putting 4. Whatever.
But yes, this is off-season Hard Knocks. The next Hard Knocks, the real Hard Knocks, is the Bears, I believe. So this is just...
And that's usually the first week of August.
Yeah, so this is OTAs. This doesn't even have pretend games inside of it. Because that's the best part of Hard Knocks is when they're doing the preseason games and you get to watch all the fun stories that you like.
Sure,
Are they going to make the roster? Are they going to make the roster? This doesn't even have that. This just has a lot of practices and meetings.
What the hell are they going to do when Raj gets his way and they only have 2 preseason games, but they have 18 regular season games?
Good question. At least they have in-season Hard Knocks now. Wasn't that the Dolphins last year?
Yep.
Wonder who it'll be this year. I never watched any of those shows.
I didn't watch the last 3 episodes of that Hard Knocks because that's when they started to lose, and I just was sad.
Oh, interesting.
I don't think I've watched a full season of Hard Knocks since maybe 19.
I didn't even finish the Cowboys one a couple years ago, so yeah, it's been a while for me too. It's been a while.
Yeah, But
Jordan,
hey,
are they calling this soft knocks?
Hello.
soft knocks.
Soft knocks.
Well, what are Nebraska's chances of being inside the at-large conversation? Someone's actually going to try to quantify the prediction that I predicted was going to be predicted.
Wow.
And that is that somebody out there is going to have Nebraska as a dark horse playoff contender.
John loves reminding us about this.
He does.
But someone has tried to put it into mathematics. You know, the nerds. They like the mathematics and the power rankings and
Push up your glasses,
pushing up
nerd
the glasses
boy.
and typing in their URL and putting in their time.
Nice.
HTTP.
Nice. These sounds like fine Americans, John, that you should celebrate. You should buy me lunch for this.
It's 4:14. It's past lunch.
You should buy me a midday snack for this. Nick, when are you going to go get... We had that very live Mike Schaefer interview. We should have gone and bought...
Oh, you're right.
We should have gone and bought the potato cakes then.
Think about that.
We had a half hour of a live interview.
Of a live interview that you didn't have to do anything. Except plot people's annoyance
I
by
hear producers
I have to listen to the same music on a loop for
Nick,
4
I hear
minutes.
some producers love just turning the radio on, leaving the studio.
Oh, really?
You could have done that.
Yeah, you could have relived your FM DJing days. Hey, everybody, guess what? We got the latest coming up here from Pearl Jam.
There you go.
This one's going out to Mike Stibbs.
That
Hey,
one
everybody.
actually works because Pearl Jam came out with an album this year.
Oh, there you go.
Good job, John.
The latest from Pearl Jam.
I didn't actually like that album that much.
Ooh,
Yeah.
tough look for
Wow.
Pearl Jam. Tough look for Pearl Jam.
That's not nice at all. 16:20 the zone. Back here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct, 1620 The Zone, 1620thezone.com, the Zone mobile app, zonetv.live.
Man, so many places to
and
go.
we are
So many
live,
places.
by the way.
We're right here. Hello. Josh, show your phone so people know we're live. There it is. That's the time.
4:19
p.m.
Yeah, p.m. By the way, more great content like this can be found in our email, 1620, the email. Nick is now the director of many things.
Yes.
Video?
Video.
Are you promising more video in the email?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah,
All
probably.
right, well,
now, if that's not enough to get you to subscribe today to 1620, the email, nothing will.
Listen,
hey,
friends,
George, do you think that we can defeat England? Yeah, probably.
He probably did say that, especially during the winter.
5.
That winter, though, that was
It
a
was
rough
very
winter.
cold when he swam across the Delaware.
Friends, I have some things in the can. There's some ideas.
Can boy.
Good.
All right, cool.
Call me Mr. Can.
Mr. Can.
Well, this was a kind of an interesting
It's 4:20
way
now.
Nice.
to address the subject.
President B?
The K Ford ratings. That's another one of the analytic nerds.
Is
Many
K
of
Ford
them.
like
I
Bart?
thought we were done with college basketball.
Where does K Ford land on the Bart? Is it so? It's like K Ford, Bart, and then
Well, this is football, not basketball.
Mm.
So that's the first place you're wrong.
K
All
Ford,
right.
the Bart of football.
Something
Nice.
like that.
Okay.
But did a this is
What is this?
the
Likelihood to-
percentage, the likelihood that these teams will be in the at-large discussion.
No, but really quick. So does this, like Ohio State is at 80%, greater than 80%, but less than 90%. Is that counting also a potential conference championship, or is this just?
No, this is the at-large discussion.
Okay, because I was going to say their Ohio State's number is way too low. They should be higher.
This is the at-large discussion.
But they will probably not be an at-large because they'll probably win the conference. Like that's what this is implying, I would assume.
Well, I don't know, but I
Okay.
do know this, that Georgia is the only team above 90%, the 90% chance. And this is based on obviously the team's quality, their opponents, the schedule, all of that stuff.
There's no way Ohio State misses the playoff. That's what I was essentially trying to say.
Oh, there's a chance.
No,
There's
there
always
is
a
not.
chance.
Their roster is way too good.
There's always a chance.
Nah, tell K Ford to shove it up his Chevy.
But Georgia,
Wow.
90% plus chance of being in the at-large conversation. Then it's Oregon and Ohio State, 80% or greater. Then it's Alabama, Texas, and Penn State, 70% or greater.
Well, so they only say 6 teams have a 70% or greater chance. I guess that still is a lot of teams to have a 70% chance to make the playoff. Never
Right.
mind. LSU at 50%. No one at 60%.
No one's in the 60% or greater category. LSU's in the 50% or greater category. Notre Dame's in the 40% or greater category.
Mm-hmm.
And then you get down to the bottom.
Mm.
The teams with less than a 0.1% chance. Less than 0.1% is?
Nice.
And that includes Nebraska.
Mm-hmm.
And some group of 5 teams. Like Air Force has less than a 0.1% chance of being in the at-large conversation.
Yeah.
So you're saying there's a chance. Barely.
Nebraska is in the conversation with every group of 5 team that is going to be in the mix. Liberty is in there.
Correct.
Air Force is in there.
Correct.
USF is in there.
Correct.
Among others.
Iowa fan, congratulations. You are in the 10% club.
Go
Nice.
Hawks.
Wow, look at Iowa.
Along with Florida and Kansas State. But it's an interesting way to address the question.
Mm-hmm.
This is
hell is
another
this?
way. This is regular season wins required to be in the college football playoff at large discussion.
All right, so now we're cooking.
So this is the amount of wins.
This is interesting given that there is a slot for teams who win 8 games and there is one team that is in there.
Yes, and you would never guess who that one team is.
Actually, I would, just because I know that their schedule is insane this year. But
according to K Ford, at K Ford Ratings on Twitter,
yeah,
Florida
is the team.
If Florida gets to 8 wins, They would be in the at-large discussion, and you're
you
saying, no way, there's no way an 8-4 team is going to make the college football playoff.
But then you look at their schedule and you realize
again, this is based on strength of schedule.
They're non-conference. They start with Miami. They also have UCF in the non-conference and Florida State. Shout out Florida. This is a pretty tough schedule.
They ain't leaving the state, but
no, they're not, but they're playing those. The conference schedule includes teams like Texas A&M. Obviously, they play Tennessee, Kentucky. But how about this stretch, John? Starting on November the 2nd, and I will include the final game, which is non-conference. Georgia, Texas, LSU, Ole Miss, and at Florida State. That is insane.
It is.
So if they would be Exhibit A of playing a really tough non-conference schedule, having a worse record, but being rewarded for it because they won the right 8 games. I think they'd be in the mix. They would still need a little bit of help, but I could see them be. That said, I think it's more likely that they don't go 8-4 and Billy Napier gets fired. That would be what I guess.
In the 9 wins group, Georgia, Vandy. Vandy must have a tough schedule. Arkansas, Mississippi State, Oklahoma, LSU, Wisconsin, Alabama, among others.
So essentially, these are. I mean, you could just do the same exercise. Go look at the schedule for these teams, and then say, okay, so they must have really, really tough, non-conferences or conference schedules.
So based on that, and then also looking at some of the teams who are in the 11-win category, I'm a little surprised that Nebraska ended up in the 10-win category.
Because you think their schedule is kind of easy?
It is.
Yeah, I mean, like
all things considered.
And by the way, real quick, to clean up the previous graphic, VFM says greater than 0.1% chance. That means all those teams have somewhere between a 0.1 and a 10% chance. Just cleaning it up.
But let's face it, most of those teams are in
they're in the
decimal category
for a reason. But anyway, going back to Nebraska. So tough teams. Obviously, we know about Ohio State. They are easily the toughest team on Nebraska's schedule. It's not even close. Because then after that, I would say, who is number 2? Wisconsin, Iowa, USC, Colorado,
Not really.
So it's a good point that if they went 10-2, they'd have to have the Ohio State as a win. They'd have to win that game.
Now, some of that too is, and I don't know how much OK Ford considers, the league that you're in.
Yeah.
From the perception standpoint, my guess is because it's an analytics site, there's not a lot of perception involved.
And real quick,
but the perception is, hey, if you're a Big Ten team, you're going to be in the conversation.
And by the way, what it does say here, my bad. It does say at the top, is it minimum or is it regular season wins required?
Yeah.
What is
regular season wins?
I'm trying
required.
to see what the graphic says, but I got some things that are within each threshold. Teams are ranked by strength of win total. So this is in the at-large discussion. So this is certainly not guaranteeing them, but it's
to be in the discussion.
If they got to 10, they would be in the discussion. I guess I can hear that. But I don't think that they would. I don't think that they would make it.
Yeah, I don't either. Oh, look who showed up!
Oh, what a guy!
Look who showed up!
Michael,
just in time. Wait a minute. How did he get in here? The office is closed.
Key card.
How did he get in here?
Yeah, he has
Oh,
a
he
key
still
card
has a
and
key?
his huge wallet.
Oh,
He didn't want to.
Severe reaction.
You don't want to stay?
Bye, Michael.
Is there any?
Oh wow! Look at you, immediately thinking
There's no Arby's sauce.
You have Arby's sauce?
Oh my! Don't worry about
Michael.
it. Yes, thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
Michael Severe, ladies and gentlemen, brought us.
Thank you.
Potato cakes. Nick has
All right.
never had the potato cakes.
Let's go to break and finish this on the other side so we can eat.
Yeah.
Or do we want to eat in here? Oh my gosh, it smells so good.
It does smell good, doesn't
Holy
it?
crap.
It does
John,
smell good.
yeah, I was going to say, we're not on the camera right now.
People can't see.
And the best part about the potato cake order, there's 3 of them.
Wow.
So one for me,
Incredible.
one for Josh, and then Josh and I will split the other one.
Oh, that's nice.
Nice.
I can't wait to have a hash brown.
All right. Potato cake away. We'll be back because there's more from K Ford because he actually does go through the whole Nebraska schedule.
Okay, perfect. Yeah.
So we'll do a little bit of that as
All right,
well.
awesome.
Dumb debates is coming up, but
Oh
potato
my
cakes.
gosh.
Oh my gosh, what?
What?
Dumb debates. I forgot about dumb debates.
Yeah, dumb debates is
Yeah.
next.
What a fun
1620 the
surprise.
zone.
Nick Grimm for Circa Sports Iowa. People forget that Wimbledon is happening right now. Circa Sports Iowa can be your way to kick off your 4th of July festivities. Ben Shelton, an American, is at minus 135 in his match. And we want an American to win in England, don't we, folks? But if you can't wait until tomorrow, then you can get in on some of baseball tonight. There are many games, including my Rockies. People forget that that series is split. There are tight money line splits for all of those games, which simply means that the lines here are going to be better than similar lines on some of the other guys' apps. Compare that with they don't limit you for winning a bunch, which is going to happen a lot this weekend. A lot of other places also like to limit you for winning because they like to punish you for some reason. Circa Sports Iowa, they won't do that. Their customer service is also just the best. Real life people, no AI, no chatbot, just real actual people who want to help you. And looking forward to football season, check out Circa Million 6 and Circa Survivor. Those contests have $16 million in guaranteed prizes. You can check that out at circasports.com. Don't wait. Make Circa Sports Iowa your new sports book anywhere in the state of Iowa. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
Welcome back. They're just as good as I always remembered them.
Oh, so good.
Even without the Arby's
So
sauce.
good.
What do you think?
I haven't had it yet. I was waiting for the
What are you
content. It's my
waiting
first
for?
time.
All right.
It's my first time. It does smell really good.
Now it's going to be colder. And so he's
Yeah,
going to be
it won't be
critical
as
of
fresh.
it.
No, it's still warm. Potato holds the heat really well.
All right, eat it, Nick.
Let me tell you how good it is. The bag that Michael brought them in had a little grease on it.
Oh, that's what you want.
That's what you want.
Behind the bag.
See, they're good.
It's really good.
They're
Isn't
really
it?
good.
Yeah,
they're
it's
so
awesome.
potato-y.
Yeah, and
They're
crunchy.
so potato-y.
If only there was some kind of sauce, maybe named after
Arby's,
the place where it came
Unreal.
from.
We got free food.
Beggars will not be choosers. Hey, listen, that was the one exciting thing about going to Arby's, because when Arby's was new back in the day, way back when, it was like, man, how cool is this? You got roast beef and they don't have fries, they have potato cakes. And you would think a kid would be like, oh, I want my French fries. But I love the potato cakes.
Yeah, thank you to Michael Severe, our friend, our colleague,
yes,
and host of Severe Reaction, coming soon to a radio near you on 1620. And by soon, I mean months from now,
Many
John.
months from now.
So many months.
Plural
Still-
months from now.
Still 2.
I like how crispy it is.
Yes!
Because a lot of these
It's
sauces,
crispy,
they get all
yet it's
floppy and
Yes!
gross.
Yes, yet at the same time, it still has the cakiness, the
Ah.
flakiness, the deliciousness of the potato.
Yeah.
It's so pure. Why would you ever have gotten rid of them
Yeah, bring them back, Arby's.
permanently?
We want Nick to buy these for us every Friday. It could be Potato Cake Friday on 1620. Little potato cake with our one beer. Now that is an America that I want to live in.
Sounds like a great pairing.
So here's a little bit more from old K Ford. Now this is Nebraska's. This is his Nebraska sheet. This is his Nebraska prediction, according to his analytics. Nebraska is. Let's see. I got to look here. They're 40th in the country.
That, I think, is where SP Plus has them as well. Around
Pretty
that
close.
number. Yeah.
Pretty close.
Mhm.
Last year, for example, Nebraska finished 59th. So it's a little bit more improved. But and I highlighted a couple of things.
Okay.
First off, the win percentages.
Yeah.
And
Of the individual games.
And yes, they're above 56 or greater percent in each of their first 7 games.
7-0. Oh, they have a 69% chance of beating Indiana.
Nice,
Nick.
But it's 95 for UTEP, 56 for Colorado.
Oh, that's a coin flip.
96 for Northern Iowa, 71 for Illinois,
Go
67 for Purdue, 63 for the Rutgers, and 69 for Indiana.
Nice.
Then it drops off dramatically. Ohio State, 5%.
Yeah, it is indeed Ohio
UCLA, 57% chance of a Nebraska win. USC, 27.
27, even though that game will kick off into the wee hours of the morning.
It's not
Yeah.
going to be that late.
It might be.
It'll be
It
so
won't be.
late. So late.
47% for Wisconsin, 37% for Iowa. So what does that equate to? According to K Ford,
like 812%.
K Ford likes the under.
What?
At
Screw
7.5.
you, K Ford.
6.9.
Nice, but not nice.
Wins. Because remember, this is all based on probability.
You
You're saying,
can't
well,
win
how come-
6.9 games, John. It's either 7 or 8. Or
Well,
9
it's
or
interesting.
12.
It's interesting you mentioned that because he also has the percent chance that Nebraska reaches a certain win threshold.
Okay.
Reaching 7 wins, 27% chance. Reaching 6 wins, 22% chance. Reaching 8 wins, 21% chance.
So 7 is the most likely number. 27%. That's the highest number.
This
is like presidential polling all over again.
The fourth most likely win total is 5.
No, you lie.
12% chance of 5 wins, 10% chance of 9 wins.
So a slightly better chance of going 5-7 than going 9-3.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. And then a slightly better chance of going 4-8 than going 10-2. Interesting.
So there you go. K Ford likes the under.
Can you go back to the previous graphic that we had up a little bit earlier? This was the one that had all of the teams. Nope, not that one. Because YouTube user pointed out during this discussion, one of the other teams that was on this list is the Notre Dame Fighting Irish, and they fall into the 11-win bucket. And so YouTube user asks, K Ford is telling us that a 10-2 Notre Dame wouldn't be in the conversation. Hard to imagine that that's the case.
It is, and that,
let me go look at their
this
sketch.
this is, I guess you would call it the fault of analytics.
Yeah,
because college football is still about perception. yes, a 10-2 Notre Dame is going to be in the conversation, whereas a 10-2, Akron is not.
100%. 100%.
Yes, I think a 10-2 Notre Dame. But here's the other thing is it depends on how everyone else is doing. What if
it's not just in a vacuum?
Yeah, what if there's a glut of 8 and 9 win teams?
Then they would be an obvious in. If there is a glut of 11 and 1 teams somehow, then they might be a little harder. Their schedule is on the easier side, and that's
for them.
And this is on paper. Obviously, who knows what's going to happen with some of these teams? Notable programs that they play this year: they open at Kyle Field versus the Aggies. They have Louisville, who is coming off of an ACC championship game appearance. They have Florida State, who won the ACC last year, went 12, and they have USC. But I just named 4 teams. Purdue, we think that they're going to be bad. Northern NIU, don't really know how we feel about them. Miami of Ohio, Stanford is in a horrible spot right now. Georgia Tech, Navy. So see what happens with those teams. But so I'll disagree, and so I'll go back to YouTube user. I'm with YouTube user because he's basically asking, really 10-2 Notre Dame? They'd be in. They probably would be.
Right, but again, I think this is the thing with analytics is it doesn't take into account the human factor.
100%.
What
it's
conference
strictly
is Nevada in?
Nevada is in the Mountain West.
Mountain West.
Yeah.
The fact that I still know that
Look at us.
It's almost like I'm proud of myself. For
You
still
should
knowing
be.
that.
You should be
Proud boy.
You beat me to the joke. YouTube user writes the Positive Boys.
Listen, it was Pride Month last month, so they need to be
different
proud too.
different pride.
Oh, that's a different Pride.
Yeah, the Proud Boys are not a part of Pride Month.
Wow, hard look for them.
Tough look, very tough look for the Proud
Very
Boys.
tough.
They're the
look.
ones
I mean,
who
if it was
stand back and stand
if
by.
it was John Month and I wasn't included, I would feel left out.
Yeah, excellent point. YouTube user also adds
maybe they need to change their names.
There's the Positive Boys would say there's an 83% chance of 6-6 or better. Yeah, one way to look at the percentages is that going to a bowl game is 83% likely to happen.
Wasn't that what our voters were saying?
It's 100% going to happen. Put it on the list.
Get the eggs.
Nebraska's going to a bowl game, baby.
Get
you
the eggs.
Heard it here first.
I don't see typing.
I'll do it. Let me finish. I'm on my stump. When they make it to a bowl game,
get
John,
out his soapbox.
When they make it to a bowl game, when they lock up the bowl bid in October, I want you to come on the air and say, Josh was right and I'm wrong. John Bishop, and wrong, people.
Do you want to put a ball in
first
for
of all,
which bowl?
No.
I'm the one that said I feel
Get
pretty
the
confident
eggs.
about an 8-win season this year. So I was.
You didn't guarantee that they would go to a bowl, though.
What things could happen? What if they lost?
That's you. I'm quoting you. I'm writing it down. Look at all these list items this week.
Unless they go on probation, which that doesn't happen anymore. If you win 8 games, you go to a bowl game.
Nebraska's going to a bowl game.
Wow, talk about going out on a limb there.
I'm happy to help out, John. Sometimes you need to give takes, and I'm giving a take.
Well, guess what? This is going to be
what? A great take.
I feel like you've just condemned Nebraska.
Nope.
By saying that.
Nebraska fans are going to celebrate me.
Tears in their eyes.
There we go. I just tweeted a picture of my prediction.
Big, strong Nebraska fans.
They're going to come up to me with their starter jackets on and tears in their eyes.
I think they're going to come up to you and go,
they would never do that. Who would want to shush me?
Knowing how people are and, don't talk positive.
Well, you motivated Colorado last year.
The karma's going to come back for us.
That's what they say, Nick. Alex and Lincoln, 100% chance of 0 wins or better. I'm confident in that stat. Wow. Now that's bold.
That is bold.
Bold take from Alex and Lincoln.
Very bold.
Bold take.
All right, coming up, it is dumb debates time.
Woo!
And look, the sun decided to make an appearance today. How nice.
The skies are blue. The guy sung that once.
He did.
The skies are blue.
I could lie. I was hoping it would rain tonight.
Wow, it's going to rain tomorrow night. Though there will be fireworks tonight.
Yeah.
God.
Sad.
It is.
Lincoln's doing their big thing tonight.
There was a dumb debates questions about fireworks that we can get to.
No, just a firework. Singular
One
firework.
single firework.
Firework.
Mm-hmm. Wow. How about this from Bruce? If you guys need an actual ostrich egg for the secret list, I can make that happen. Get the ostrich egg.
So who's getting hit? Is the person who's right getting hit with the egg, or is the people who are wrong just going to get ostrich egg?
No, if you're wrong,
we have to share it.
If one of us was wrong, in theory, the idea would be to throw the egg at that person.
But 3 of us are going to be wrong.
Or all of us.
Oh.
There's a world, Nick, where we're all wrong.
This would be good video content.
It would be great video content. 1620 the email.
Yeah, but in order to have good video content, you have to have competent people in charge of the video.
Got him. Also, we would have to explain what the secret list is.
Then it wouldn't be a secret. would
Then it wouldn't
I don't
be
think
a
we do have to
secret.
explain it. I think that would still be good.
And I think people might figure it out based off the timing of the egging.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, I think I figured out what the guys were doing here. Interesting.
All right, dumb debates coming up on this day before the 4th, 1620 the zone.
It'd be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice Throw. It would be nice to have a throw from your mom.
Listeners and not to, we did anyway, dumb debating.
John's computer sucks, Macs are the only way, dumb debating.
Fullbacks are running backs, hamburger steaks.
Josh is too dumb to eat a cupcake.
Mailing a base.
Does John like Nebraska or Creighton?
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Die for the pylon or give up on the plate, dumb debating.
Millennials are great and old should go away, dumb debating.
Rarely do we find any common ground.
Josh wants his food to be the best around.
Even if it gives him fatal flatulation.
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. When a tree falls down and nobody's around, you can bet your ass it won't make a sound. Water ain't wet, you know nothing about hydration. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
It's that time of week, dumb debates here on the Grum. You can send us your dumb debates anytime you want, because that's the beauty of communication. You don't have to call us and wake Josh up in the middle of the night.
You could, though.
You can just email him. Now, if he's dumb enough to have, the audio notifications on his email turned on in the middle of the night, you might wake him up. Or if you text it to Josh. But you can send it to us anytime. JCheck Construction Zone Twitter page. Use the hashtag dumb debates. Our account is at USC1620. You can also email John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com to the Equitable Bank inbox. Hell, you can text them. You can even use our YouTube comment section.
Like YouTube user did. Dumb
Thanks,
debates.
chat.
What is John's best radio impersonation voice? Steve Peterson, radio DJ voice, other, and a follow-up. What is John's favorite to do?
This is going to trigger me.
Oh, I love John's DJ voice.
It's really funny.
Yeah, I think it's very funny.
Remember that one day I got stuck in oh God.
Drunk with Power Jim Delaney?
No, not Drunk with Power Jim Delaney.
You don't want to see.
Oh my God, I
naked.
could see his face. The actor.
The actor? Who's his vice president? Jerry Lewis?
No, not that one.
Oh, sorry.
We need to do that movie.
It's a great movie.
Oh my God, what's his name?
James
he
Earl
played
Jones?
Alfred the Butler.
Oh,
The great actor.
Michael Caine.
Michael Caine. Remember that day?
You did, yeah.
I got stuck and I couldn't do anything without doing Michael Caine. And that's a hard one to really, once you get it, you're on a roll, but it's not one I can just call up on command.
And sometimes you'll go to break and you'll be like, and then we'll be back in the top of the morning. And we'll be like, what? Where did that come from?
Yeah, I don't know.
I like your radio DJ voice. That's my
It's a
favorite.
really good voice.
But I also like it because I love making fun of FM radio.
Yeah. Hey, everybody, why are you listening to me when you can just be listening to song after song after song after song because all your music right here on your phone?
There you go.
But I'm still here.
Spoken like somebody who doesn't get it.
Don't forget, you can ride the roller coaster at Peony Park and do it at half price. You do Sprite Night. Hey.
Nick, you like the way that the program directors curate music on radio stations?
Yes, because that's a skill. That's not easy to do.
But you think the skill is good in the local area?
Do you know who has the best music skill? Me.
Yeah.
Because all my favorites are.
John, you can't play AC/DC back to back to back to back to back to back to back.
I
because
can.
It just sounds like the same
I
song.
can if I want to. See, Steve
What's your favorite to
Peterson.
do? I mean, your Steve Peterson's fun.
I kind of want to hear you get stuck in the Michael Caine voice.
I'm Michael Caine.
Okay. I don't remember what we were doing. I see. Again, it's hard for me to call up. Once I'm in a role, I'm good.
Yeah.
But that's not one I have mastered.
Yeah. You get there. I believe in you.
Me too.
I love this one that we got from Dave earlier today.
Hello,
Did
Dave.
you have one, John?
Well, yeah.
You
this
go,
is
you
a.
can go. You can go.
This
Oh yeah.
this one came in.
Is that a Confederate statue?
No, it's a statue of Genghis Khan. This actually exists.
It's a big statue.
Holy God.
Yeah.
The equestrian statue of Genghis Khan, which is in Mongolia.
Okay.
It stands 130 feet tall. It's a giant ass statue.
So what's the question?
Well, somebody asked, as I read it right here from the page, The Genghis Khan equestrian statue is coming to kill you.
Oh.
Choose one other world monument as your champion to defend you.
So how tall is it?
130 feet. It is a big-ass statue, and it comes to life, and it's coming to get you.
But it's on a horse.
Yeah,
Exactly. That's another
Like, okay, so like, if someone were to be like, "Oh, the Statue of Liberty," Statue of Liberty doesn't have a weapon. It has a.
She got the lantern
and a book. Books are thick.
I'll read to you. I love reading. A reading can't
No, you
stop a
can
horse.
clock someone over the head with
What
it.
about the horse?
Well, that's the tricky part.
What about Crazy Horse? Technically not done, but eventually it will be
Well,
a big
see,
horse.
that's the thing. It's not done.
Okay, now we're talking, Nick. Let's go over to Egypt.
Oh,
what
the
about
Sphinx?
Boom. The Sphinx is how big is the Sphinx in Egypt?
I think Sphinxes can fly too, so there's wings.
Oh, well, now we're
It's air superiority, baby.
Sphinx.
I learned that on Discovery Wings.
How big is the Sphinx? 240 feet. Now it's a little goobery looking these days.
Well, you don't need to smell. Well, Genghis Khan probably didn't shower often, so maybe
this
that'll
thing
help.
can fly.
I think Sphinxes can fly.
240 feet. I'm going based off of size. It's like if you have a 300-pound lineman versus me, the lineman will win every time. I'm going with size. Give me the Great Sphinx. Shout out to Egypt.
Thanks, Egypt.
Now,
Man,
are they
were doing
measuring?
some
Are they
cool
measuring
stuff.
this statue from the base of the horse's foot or the base
building.
of the building?
Yeah,
Because that
which
adds.
base are you measuring from? Because that makes a big difference in how big it is.
Nice, Nick. Very
See,
good.
because the first thing I was going to do is I was going to have Lincoln's head fight on my behalf from Mount Rushmore.
Nice.
Because he could just eat the Genghis Khan statue. But did you know that now this is the George Washington head, but they're pretty much all similar dimension. The head is only 60 feet tall.
I did not know
So
that.
it's like half, it's less than half the
Genghis Khan
size.
would whoop George's ass.
Exactly. So
Or
if
his
George tried
face.
to eat the Genghis Khan statue,
Bad times.
hard to do.
Multiple people, including delivery driver Doug, Levi, Colorado. Oh, no. Jordan, excuse me. Christ the Redeemer statue in Brazil. Now, that statue is 98 feet, but Jesus wasn't a fighter.
But through him, all things are possible. There was one set of footprints.
Wow, I never would have guessed Nick to know words from
See, again,
the
but it's smaller.
It's very
It's smaller,
tiny.
and
It's not
Genghis
about the
Khan is a
size.
bad dude.
Bad dude. Has a horse. Again,
Bad dude.
There's a horse. There's a horse.
Isn't there a statue of like a car or a Jeep or an M1 Abrams?
Oh,
Could
there
we
you
have
go.
like Carhenge defend us?
Yeah.
It's a lot
You
of
need
cars.
the statue from Lord of the Rings.
Ah, those are cool. Those were big. They would kick Genghis's ass.
Those are bad.
No, they wouldn't. They'd
Yes, they
push their
would. John,
glasses
you've
up and
never
down
even
and say,
seen them.
Haven't you seen our movie? That is the best movie ever made.
First of all, it's based off a book.
Also-
Have you read the book?
They didn't have glasses, John. They had helmets.
Yeah, the Sphinx is probably a good one.
I think the Sphinx is the answer.
Yeah, that
Unless there are there any other really old famous?
What other monuments are out there?
Do they have to be currently standing?
What would be your idea? Oh, the one of the World Wonders. the one
Yeah.
that got what was that?
The one in like Athens or something,
Yes,
right? Yeah.
and then
Big
one-
old Spartan.
It was not the new Seven Wonders. We need the original. All right, Seven Wonders of the Ancient World. I know which one Nick is talking. Oh, is it the statue of Zeus? Nope, it's not the statue.
I
of
mean,
Zeus.
probably want Zeus there. Though.
No, it wasn't that one. I'll find it, Nick. Dang it! It's like this, John. It's this guy that's like standing. I believe.
Yeah, he's a big boy.
Well, I know
here it is. This one.
The Colossus.
Yeah, the Colossus of Rhodes.
Yes.
Only. How tall? 108 feet. That's not bad.
It's not bad.
But he's naked. He can just rub his hee-haw in his face.
He's got a spear.
Yeah, but
Take this-
Genghis has got a sword and a horse.
Where's
Yeah.
Genghis's sword though?
Oh, he's.
Well, it's on his. I'm assuming.
I don't see it. This guy
No,
has a
it's
spear.
right there. It's right there in his hip.
You can just poke
You
him.
can see You can see it. It's in his sheath.
A spear was the most effective ancient weapon, John.
Yeah, but he's got a damn sword, and he's on a horse.
Spear beats sword.
I mean, this is a badass statue, man.
It's gonna be tough. Plus, Genghis.
It's kind of interesting. Why would someone have? I mean, if Genghis Khan was this bad dude, why did they make this big old statue?
I mean, people forget he's responsible for
A lot of stuff.
Is that most people in Asia are related to him in some way?
Yeah, John. People love making statues of bad people.
They do.
They love it.
Well, thank God you know who doesn't have a
There were a lot of
statue.
Confederate statues. People forget.
That's not allowed. In
Ooh, the woke. Woke would have a hard time tearing down this statue.
Where's this one? Where's the Genghis Khan statue at?
It's in Mongolia.
Yeah, we can't control anything in Mongolia. We're in America.
That's true.
Yeah.
By the way, going back to the first question, Alex and Lincoln says, love when John does Danny Nee with no filter. Yes,
Yeah,
I've heard John do Danny Nee off the air from John.
I can't do
Very funny.
Really funny.
He says a couple words in particular.
He likes to use those words.
Oh, he does. Dave. Hello, Dave. Dave Fight asked this question earlier. Think about the day before the 6 major paid holidays: New Year's Day, Memorial Day, July 4th, Labor Day, Thanksgiving, and Christmas. Now, for real quick, before I go on, for 2 of those, we're thinking of the Friday before the holiday. It's not the literal day before, right? For you and I.
The work day. The work day.
Which eve is the best day to work? Which eve is the worst to work? The best, I think, is actually very easy for me here. Best day to work of those is Labor Day, because it is going into the first weekend of football. I think that day is a fun day full of excitement. I think there's high school games that night. Summer is over. It's a great day.
I like Memorial Day.
See, that was my answer.
Yeah, those are good ones.
Because that summer is just starting.
It's a great day.
It's the first paid holiday
since the new year.
Since the new year.
True.
Well, unless you get President's Day, which we didn't.
I thought we did this year.
No, remember, we didn't.
Yeah, we
Zone didn't.
That's right.
All right, so we're in agreement that it's either one of those two.
Right.
Because it's nice, because the holiday's on a Monday. So Friday's just a normal Friday. All right, so what's the worst?
Christmas.
Christmas.
Because that means you're working Christmas Eve.
Correct.
Yeah, no thank you.
Yeah.
Because Thanksgiving Eve,
it's fun. I think that
it's
day's
okay.
fun. Again, it's like there's games, there's football. You're never even working that day. You don't work that. You're calling basketball games now.
I'm working. I'm calling basketball
on Christmas
games.
Eve. You get to see the Dolphins play the Cowboys.
I don't like that. Don't like that.
That was fun.
Yeah, New Year's Eve.
I wouldn't want to work New Year. I don't think you and I have ever done a show on New Year's Eve.
I don't know if we have.
Yeah, I don't ever want to. Also, there's one that we didn't talk about in here. I guess we are working the day before the 4th of July. This kind of sucks.
Yeah. It's so slow. Today's so slow.
It is. This day's been, for all of you got the half day off, congratulations. Yeah. This half day has lasted a full day.
Yeah.
This hour's going to last 10 years.
Yeah. It's just like Jan 7th in July.
Or
January 5th in July.
Oh, Jan 7th is a pretty good, because remember, Jan 7th was a long day because everybody's trying to figure out, what
Here's another visual one for those of you watching in the stream.
Oh.
By the way, did you mute the music so it's not playing music?
Yes.
Okay. So it's a picture. It's 4.
What's that baby?
It's 4 types of individuals.
Grabbing onto his or mom's sides.
It's okay.
Love
so
handles.
The question is, who would you give your seat to and why? So pretend like you're on an airplane.
So are we ranking this, or is it just
yes you can only pick one.
Okay.
You can only pick one. Which of these? Let's say there's each one of these types of people on a crowded airplane.
Okay.
Or a crowded bus. Right, because on an airplane you have to have a seat. But on a crowded bus, and you're going to give up your seat for one of these people, but you can only choose one because you're only one seat.
I think
so. You have an elderly person,
President B,
or T.
You have a pregnant woman.
Yeah.
You have someone who's on crutches.
Okay.
And you have a mother who's carrying a baby,
breastfeeding.
I think she's nursing.
Okay, well,
it would help explain
either way, either with the baby or nursing, whichever one.
So real quick, all 4 of these people are in front of me, and I have to give up the seat and point out which one I'm giving it to, and thus the other 3 are then mad at me.
You're gonna gang up on you.
Well, I mean, for purposes of the conversation, we don't have to make it that personal, but it's just like, which one are you giving your seat up to, and why?
This is actually kind of tough.
It is very.
I'm debating between 1 and 2.
I have my answer.
It's either, in my opinion, it's 1 or 2. No offense to the injured person, you'll figure it out. Breastfeeding mom, you'll figure it out. Pregnant woman, there's a lot going on. And the old is old. Caine, Michael Caine. I think the answer is the old because they have a cane. And old person, take my seat.
I think my answer is the old because the pregnant woman won't be pregnant forever, but that old person won't be able to walk for the rest of their life.
Wow. You're going to say they're about to die.
Well, but you're not giving up the seat for the rest of their life. It's just for the duration of the journey.
Right.
That's why my answer is number 2.
But I'm saying it's a temporary ailment,
I would give it up for the pregnant woman.
Mm.
Because she's carrying another child. It's very burdensome.
Yeah.
And chivalry in my world is not dead.
It's not in my. I mean,
Now
chivalry
the
can be
different. Now
too
the
old.
answer becomes more difficult if the elderly person is also a female.
Yeah. You're just assuming the elderly person is a man.
But my answer is still number 2 because you're really giving it up for 2 people.
Now,
Now number 4 is also difficult because
you can breastfeed standing up.
Yeah,
you can, but it can be very difficult.
So I'm gonna get pedantic. I know, shocking.
Classic Nick.
Does it matter? Does this change your answer depending on what section of the bus, whether it's front, middle, or back?
No.
Because
it's a crowded bus. You have a seat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You're giving up the seat for this person because you feel they need it or they could use it more than you could.
Yeah.
I mean, it is very difficult because I would give it up for any of these people if it was just the choice of one, but you're choosing between 4.
Surprised you're this nice of a person.
I'm a very nice person.
It doesn't show.
I'm a very nice person.
Why doesn't it show? What about
I
me?
just did.
I pre-registered for Boston, and you ripped into me.
I didn't
I'm
rip
like
into you
this
for
old man.
pre-registering for Boston. I ripped into
Yeah,
you
what if
because,
the fifth person
because
is,
your
I just
sport is so
pre-registered for
boring that the
Boston?
only thing you could think of was, I registered for something on the internet.
Fifth option. Somebody just finished a marathon, and their legs are sore.
Oh, you kicked that son of a butt off the bus.
Yeah.
Get out of here, running boy. You ran 26 miles. You can run the next 5 to your next stop.
My leggies hurt.
That's your own damn choice.
Have some noon and take off.
Nice. Look at Nick knowing about noon.
I've had noon before. Have you ever had noon, John?
I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
N-U-U-N. El Scorcho, again, following up on the first question. People love the first question.
The first question was a good one.
I missed the beginning, so I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about or if it's already been mentioned, but I love John's Bob Devaney impression. That is also a good one. Yeah.
This just sounds like Popeye.
That one's fun because it's so like whimsical and happy.
You're person I would give it up to on your bus with the breastfeed when you ask for my own seconds.
Johnny Pig
The
sent
breasts!
us nice.
The breasts!
Sent us this one late last week where it's a picture and it says, I firmly believe potato chips and sour cream are much better than potato chips and French onion dip. And he said, as most dips are either mayo or sour cream based, I am open to this dumb debates. French onion or sour cream.
Have you ever dipped Doritos into sour cream?
I don't like that. It's too many flavors.
I like that a lot.
Yeah,
I don't want to dip. I don't want to dip Doritos in salsa.
If the chip
No, not salsa, just sour cream.
The reason why the chips are flavored is because people liked the idea of chips and dip. They wanted different flavors. So it's like putting a hat on a hat. If a Cheeto's got Cheeto dust on there, it's because that's where the flavor is. That
you don't need.
So you don't
flavor.
You don't dip flavored chips?
Never.
I'll dip salt and vinegar chips and dill dip sometimes.
Mm.
Yeah, but that John probably hates that whole sentence.
I
guess
would-
you like
I-
the dill dip.
I love the dill
It's
dip.
great dill
I
dip.
would dip the salt and vinegar chips in a toilet and then flush them.
Oh, I thought you were going to say and then eat them.
John,
well, it
don't
would
water
make them.
down your chips.
It would make them taste better, probably.
No, it made them taste worse.
And soggy. You want soggy chips?
I don't want those disgusting, ridiculous salt and
I
vinegar
like
chips.
I
They're
like
awful.
dipping flavored chips into dip sometimes. Like the sour cream and cheese ruffles. I like to dip those into some dip. Those are pretty good.
There you go.
Cheese-based chips go really well with sour cream, I found.
I just don't need a hat on a hat.
Yeah.
But back to the question.
Yeah, what
at
do we like
hand.
more, sour cream or French onion?
Oh, French onion easily. French
Honestly,
onion's got a lot more flavor than sour cream.
French onion's more versatile. I only use sour cream as dip. For
I don't have
very specific
either of
purposes.
those, honestly, because I just make my own dip. We never buy dip like this.
You don't make your own French onion dip?
No.
I prefer sour cream and onion over French onion.
Yeah.
French onion's fine, but
I
it's
would
not
try
my favorite.
French onion.
French onion's it's good.
So what is in French onion dip?
It's onions. It's more of an onion base.
I like onions. I love onions.
It's okay.
Yeah,
it's
I'm
a
not
different,
sure what the other what I mean. It's
a different flavor.
why they
profile
call
for
it French
sure.
onion.
Let's look.
Well,
The
it's
wife
also
makes it all the
brown.
time.
French onion dip. Let's see. Base is sour cream. Scroll. Because there's my grandma. Sour cream, dried chopped onion, onion powder, garlic powder, kosher salt. I like all of those things.
No, French onion dip is good.
Is the French onion isn't that because its origination comes from the French onion soup lip,
Yeah.
the powdered soup mix.
I think so.
I think that's where it comes from.
All right, I kind of want to try this.
So
This
it's
looks
based
good.
on French onion soup, which is one of my favorite soups.
Good soup.
Awesome soup. I think that's where it's based off of. Yeah, that's much more palatable.
I would eat that.
It's very good.
Declan writes, what is the weird nickname in your phone instead of standard contact info? I had someone under the name Stretch Zone Bitches while in college. Basically, do you have anyone in your phone that has a weird name that is based off of like an inside joke or something
Yes,
like that?
Mike Farron.
Oh, what do you have his name as? Fart Farron?
Mike Farron.
Oh,
nice.
Boom roasted.
I
don't have any weird nicknames in my phone anymore. It's all very normal standard fare.
That makes me think it's not.
My wife is wifey, but other than that, it's everyone's. When I started producing, and I had a million numbers, I wanted it very organized and normal looking.
Mm-hmm.
So,
man, I still have some names in here that I don't ever anticipate having to use again.
All right, I got a few weird ones for y'all.
Okay.
I have Corporate Dan. You know who that is?
Do you have him as Corporate Dan?
I have him as Corporate Dan in my phone.
funny.
It makes me smile every time I see it. My buddy Aaron.
Yeah.
I have multiple friends named Aaron, so to differentiate in parentheses, I put the sword.
Okay.
It's a D&D thing.
Classic Nick.
And another D&D thing is my buddy Adam.
What do you have him as?
The DM.
The DM.
Dungeon Master.
Wow.
Yep.
Huge nerd.
Yep. I've just never changed it.
Steve says, used to have a friend listed in my phone as white meat. Wow.
Amazing.
Yeah, I have nothing in here.
Nothing wild.
That is fun, but boy, there are some names in here I have not called in a long time.
It's always weird to go through your contact list and you're just like, oh.
Well, yeah, sadly, there's a few in here that are of people that are sadly
Passed
no
away.
longer with us.
Charles says, Patriot Supply Nick would call it freedom onion dip. Max says, no way Nick just said French onion is more versatile. Sour cream is used in a ton of stuff, and it's a must with Mexican
As
food.
a chip dip, specifically while dipping chips.
Well, yeah,
Dill dip has both mayonnaise and sour cream.
I'm not saying I'm not saying French onion dip is more versatile overall. I'm just saying for the specific purpose of dipping a chip.
Yeah. Dan says, my wife is also in my phone as wifey.
Oh.
I think one of my friends has his wife in his phone as like what he originally put it as when they started dating, like hot girl or something.
Yeah.
Jeez.
The
Like
reason
her name,
I
Hot
think
Girl.
I think my wife's name
wife.
was in as well. Actually, it was just as just her first name, but because in my car I can voice activate, hey, call so and so.
Yes.
And it needed to be specific.
Oh, so you had to add something to it.
Right. Because I would say call Christine, and
you have multiple Christines.
There was
interesting.
Yeah, there was some. Who was it?
The car that liked to run over people.
Yes, it was. I was meaning to call the car that runs over people, and it ended up calling my wife. It was a very awkward conversation because I said, "Hey, did you kill that one guy at the gas station for me?" And she was like, "What are you talking about?" I said, "Oh, crap.
Wrong one.
Wrong Christine.
Wrong one. Sorry, dear.
I meant to call the Plymouth that kills people."
I'll see you at dinner. See you at dinner.
You know what? That would be a good movie to remake. There's
Christine.
That would.
Well,
be a
there's
good
actually a couple. There's that one, and there's also Maximum Overdrive, which is Kent Woolgamont's least favorite movie of all time.
I've never seen either of
How
those
do you know
movies.
that that's his least favorite of all time?
Oh, we've talked about it before.
Isn't Christina Stephen King? Is that based off a
Yes.
Stephen King novel?
Both are based off.
That
Both are
was-
Stephen King, either novels or novellas.
Christine was the first horror movie I ever watched.
Yeah.
Suspense movie, whatever you want to call it.
It's a really good movie.
I
They did a
sat
really
down
good
with my
job on
dad
it.
and he's like, this movie's about a car that kills people.
Dave asked a good question. Am I a psychopath because I have all of my family contacts listed with their first and last names instead of mom, dad, or wifey? Look, I feel like having my mom's name in as her name would be weird.
That would be really
I don't
weird.
ever call her that, though. She is mom. My dad.
Yeah.
When I was in high school, I changed his name in my phone to father for some reason.
Oh.
And I never changed it to dad, even though I never call him father.
Wow. Interesting.
I did it like as a bit to myself, but now it's been there for. I've had my cell phone since 2004. It's been 20 years.
I wonder what that says about you psychologically.
It doesn't say anything about me, Freud. Settle down, Nick.
Kevin into the Equitable Bank inbox says he's got 3 contacts. He says Racing Ron, Mustang Mike, Camaro Cody. I don't even know their last names.
That's awesome.
Are they all in the same friend group? Because that seems like they should all be in the same friend group.
Well, I'm guessing, Kevin.
That's probably
Kevin,
the group chat.
Mm-hmm.
Right, but these are probably people he ran into along the way at different events, car shows, whatever the case may be, racing, and just that guy is Camaro Cody.
I think
but he never
one
knew
is
his last name.
if you have someone's name in your phone as like a nickname. Like Riss one of her sisters, she has her name in as something different. She doesn't remember why. It's like a joke from years ago that she forgot. And I've known multiple people over the years who are like, yeah, my friend is in my phone as blank. I don't know why I named them that, but I never changed it.
Something I started doing years ago when I was still a tiny baby Nick, a teenager, I would put their actual name and then parentheses would be a nickname or some kind of, this is who I know this person from, just so I know. Great idea on my part.
Chief 1999 says, John calling Christine, but the wrong one. Great radio, boys. Well, that was a good bit. That was a very good bit. That was a good bit. Let's see. I did have a couple others that I wrote down. Oh, here we go. From Charlie. Trump and Biden argued about golf handicaps during the debate.
True.
Would you pay-per-view a Trump versus Biden 18-hole golf match?
Absolutely.
That sounds like incredible content.
This would be amazing.
And then he adds hashtag sticking to sports.
Listen,
John, come on.
If the empire of the United States is going to crumble, let's let it crumble like that.
That sounds awesome.
That would be great.
I'd for sure pay $25.
If
I
that
could
is
probably get talked into 50.
If the death rattle of this country is two old men trying to lug their clubs 18 holes, sign me up.
Yeah.
Well, first of all,
wouldn't you want to see how good of a golfer President T actually is when he can't cheat?
If they had to carry their clubs?
No, I don't want to watch. Nobody carries clubs. That's weird.
That was a weird thing to say.
I don't carry my clubs. Why would you carry your clubs?
I don't know.
Yeah. No, you can have a caddy or they can drive golf carts.
Oh, would you want to be, whose caddy would you like to be?
Biden.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to talk to
you. Wouldn't be able to hear what he said. Hey, can you give me iron?
4 iron, sure, President T.
So is this going to be the next idea
woods.
for that challenge match where
Bingo.
Peyton Manning and Tom Brady have golf partners?
Bring back COVID and let's do a golf match between the old-ass presidents. Jimmy Carter could watch it too.
This can be a new annual thing where
presidents play each other on the golf course.
The elects can break bread before a debate.
We don't have many of them alive to be able to do this.
That's true. But we used to do that. Yeah, there used to be all these like traditions with the presidents, you know, like when I was watching that Veep episode last night, there's the part where she calls and she almost concedes, but then she finds out that they're going to flip a state. You know, this could be a new tradition, like conceding the presidency. I don't think President T conceded last time.
No, he didn't.
Dan says, I work in apartment property management. I have coworkers as first name and complex they work at. That's a good idea.
That is a good idea.
It's Bob Westview.
Bob Westview.
Jacob asked for the president golf match. Can we mic them up? LOL.
Absolutely.
Devin, now you're going to have to crank Biden's.
Yeah.
402 texter. Biden would fall over teeing off the first hole.
You're also going to have to wet protect those mics because I imagine both of those men are going to get very sweaty.
Slobber, slobber, slobber.
Well, they'll be boom mics. I mean, they won't be
boomer mics.
Boom. You know what a boom mic is.
Yes.
Dave says, you heard it here first. Josh is riding with Biden in the golf cart, of course. I'll be riding with Biden. Sir, would you like your 6 iron?
Do you think President B has fun golf club covers? Like my dad had the red monster from Looney Tunes.
No,
on his golf
he's
clubs.
too old. So is he 81? Right? He's 81. That means he was born in the 40s.
He was probably around when it was invented in Scotland.
Yeah.
Born in 43, so he was golfing in the 60s. Nah. I don't think he's got like flower power or anything like that.
Damn.
He wasn't a hippie. That was Dumb Debates.
That was Dumb Debates.
There we go. One segment closer to the almost pretend weekend.
The pretend
One segment
weekend.
closer to the weekend.
Oh,
One
Nick.
segment closer
And
to
he's
the
not back
pretend
till
weekend.
Tuesday.
I'm not.
Unreal.
It is unbelievable.
Yeah.
Totally unbelievable. All right. We've got content coming up. Let's see. What's for dinner?
Is it going to be what's for holiday dinner? I guess you kind of already alluded to that yesterday.
Yeah. Just doing burgers and dogs.
Yeah.
Which is fine, which is good. It's what I wanted.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing fancy.
That's true.
I'm good with the good burger, though. I was watching went down another YouTube rabbit hole last night.
That's
and-
dangerous,
The
John.
Walmsley documentary about Western states?
No, I was watching something entertaining.
Ah.
There's his name is, I think is George Motes. He's like a hamburger expert.
Okay.
This guy's like an uber hamburger nerd, and he just goes everywhere trying new hamburgers and stuff. And
Sounds
I saw
like the dream.
And the mistake I made was watching this right before bed, because then I started getting hungry.
Don't want to be hungry before bed.
But I've got a couple ideas for what I want to do with my burger.
Awesome.
Ooh.
Awesome.
1620 The Zone. Welcome back to the Grum. Again, a reminder, the week is not over for us.
No.
And for the tens of people out there who are still working on the 5th, so are we.
Handshake meme.
So are two of us.
Yes, that's a great reminder.
So are two of us.
You are working on Friday.
So you will get a live show, a live current show with nothing recorded except for the commercials.
Yeah.
On Friday. So if you're one of the tens of people out there who are still working and going through your regular Friday routine, or you're just looking for some entertainment while you're not working, we will be here for you. And it is Jan 6th in July, topic alert, where we have just accumulated just summer topics.
Mm-hmm.
And that's all we're going to do. Now watch, something big will break and
Topic alert.
it'll actually,
we turn the channel like that.
or anything.
Yeah. And we'll be on. We won't be here, but we'll be on.
We'll be here.
No.
Doesn't matter where here is as
yeah.
long as we're here.
That's true.
We'll be here.
You got so scared for a second.
I was like,
You're
no. No.
Would you feel bad if John made the trip all the
Yes,
way up here
if
and
he-
then you
if-
stayed home?
Yeah, I wouldn't do that. If he was coming in, I'd come in.
I'd feel worse.
Because you'd have to
Because I
home
made the
home.
trip.
Yeah.
I'm like, no.
John and I have been prepping for this show for a week.
We haven't really been prepping. It's
We've
just
been
like,
saving links
just
to
saving topics.
to a yeah
Topics to
saving
alert.
topics.
Yep, yes. Alert us to any topics.
Yes, anything. A nice summer. It's typical summer radio.
Mm-hmm.
And if the weather's nice enough, I'll be in my backyard.
Steven writes, I am working also, so good content, please. Got to make sure we have the good stuff.
For Steve.
Thank you,
Crap,
Steve.
you didn't say it was going to be. I
Didn't promise good.
Didn't promise good.
We just promised
live.
Live and local.
You know,
what?
Killing enough time. We might just save this one then for Topic Alert Day.
Oh, which one's that?
Oh, the one by your buddy Stuart Mandel. You might have missed it because he was reading it at double speed.
Yes.
Listening to his podcast.
Yes, of course.
But the teams that are most helped and hurt by conference realignment.
Yeah, Nebraska was in this list because Nebraska
has famously realigned.
I was a little surprised by their grade.
I was too.
So are we saving this for Friday? Or you want to talk
Yeah,
about
let's
it? All
save
right.
it.
Well, that's a good tease.
Let's save it.
That's a very good tease for Friday's show.
Though it is a reminder, and I saw this on Monday.
Yeah.
When most of the conference realignment became official.
Not the Big Tens, though.
Not the Big Tens.
For some reason.
But July 1st of 91, people forget that there was conference realignment that day. South Carolina and Arkansas
joined the SEC.
Joining the SEC.
Did we know about Penn State yet? Had that happened? Because they didn't join the Big Ten until 93.
No, but the point was this. South Carolina, Arkansas, 1991. Miami to the ACC, 2003.
Yep.
Nebraska to the Big Ten, 2011.
Yep.
Texas A&M, Missouri, SEC,
next year.
2012.
Yeah.
0 combined conference championships.
Wow.
0 combined conference.
So obviously
football championships.
Yeah, that does, it does leave one school on the table in particular that, joined a league, and that was Penn State and has had success. But wow, I mean, you mentioned some bluish bloods, certainly Nebraska,
Well, and they could have thrown in Colorado.
Yeah, they haven't won a conference championship.
And they've realigned twice now.
The fact if you would have told me 2003 Miami is going to join the ACC, and not only will they not win a conference title, they're only going to make one. I believe they've made one conference championship game in this stretch. I would have been flummoxed. I would not have understood what happened with that program. Some of the other ones, South Carolina, Arkansas, I can't really speak to Arkansas's prowess in 1991. South Carolina has always been kind of a woe-begone program.
Arkansas, by the end of the Southwest Conference, was the most consistently good program.
Interesting.
Because Texas was going through the John Malkovich or who was the David McWilliams phase, and it was not great.
And they've made it to the SEC championship game before.
Yes.
I'm looking them up real fast. I can think of two of them off the top of my. I can think of two of them off the top of my head.
You beat me to it.
Yeah. They. All right. No, never mind. All right. So it's more than that. Wow. So they made it in 95. They lost to Florida. They got killed. They made it in 2002. They lost to Georgia. They got killed. They made it in 06. That was one that I remember. They lost to Florida. Not bad. They didn't get destroyed. And that's it. So the last time that they made it was all the way back in 2006. So interesting. So they entered the conference doing fairly well.
South Carolina's only been to one, right?
They have just been to the one. They made it in Cam Newton's. They lost 56-17. They got bludgeoned.
Miami's been to.
I believe it's just one. Let me check real fast.
I thought it was more than that. I thought it was 2 or 3.
ACC championship game. They have. I mean, and if I'm remembering right, they didn't make it until a couple of years ago.
Oh well.
No, wait. You know what, John? Never mind. They have never made it. Miami has not made it
Wow.
to one single ACC.
I could've-
Oh, wait, no, never mind. It's 2017. They lost 38-3. Okay. Yeah. That was the turnover chain year.
A&M's never been to an SEC.
No. They have
Strangely, though, Missouri got in like almost right away. Was that what year
They
was
made
that?
it in 2013 and 2014.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they made it in year 2. Nebraska made it in year 2, and they haven't been back since.
Right.
You know, to go to a team that has won their league. Penn State won the conference in year 2. They won the conference in 1994. Alex and Lincoln, save the Stuart Mandel topic for Friday, please. Don't worry, Alex. We got you. We got you covered. Dave Ads still have to haul the mail on Friday and Saturday. You're welcome.
No
Thank
matter rain nor sleet or post fireworks
or whatever.
Yeah, we're still here for you. So that's pretty interesting, man, because some of those schools are, again, blue bloods, big time programs, lots of history. It's pretty wild how the overlap between Miami and Nebraska being poor has happened at the pretty much the exact same time.
Yes.
Miami wins the Natty in 01. They go to another one in 02. And since then, they have pretty much fallen off the face of the earth like Nebraska has. They've had some ups. They've had some downs. They've not been very good.
All right, coming up, content. Someone's already pulled out of the home run derby.
Oh.
Colorado will be mentioned.
Oh.
And
Nasty.
I think we need to revisit who gets to write headlines.
Okay, I'm intrigued.
I think we need to revisit who gets to write headlines.
I'm intrigued.
Next on 1620 The Zone.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike. How about this potential topic alert for Friday, John, from Jacob? I have a question. Do you think we'll ever see the formation of new conferences when all the dust settles? Conference realignment.
Okay.
I'll
Put it on the list.
Put it on.
We can't say put it.
Put it on the sheet.
Put it on the sheet.
Put it on the topic?
Put it on the topic alert list.
Nice. Shohei Ohtani won't participate in the home run derby, so he continue to rehab. He signed up here to play with us to win us a championship, and nothing should get in the way of that, Dodgers manager Dave Roberts said. You gotta love when the player realizes there's no I in team, am I right?
There's no I in home run derby either.
There is an I in Shohei.
There is an I in Shohei. I like a guy, John, who cares about the games, the real games, not your pretend little home run derby.
That's not my pretend home run derby.
That's yours. Your generation made this, not mine.
I mean, if swinging a bat, I'm not saying he's wrong for thinking this way, but he's playing the game.
Yeah.
So if he's doing any damage to his rehab, is it going to be exacerbated anymore by hitting home runs every once in a while? I don't know. But good on him if he doesn't want to.
Friend of the Grum, Aaron Schatz, has ranked all 32 NFL teams based on their under 25 talent. Who has the best young rosters, you ask? The Texans led the way, followed by the Lions, Ravens, Falcons, and Bears. Will either of those 5 teams win a Super Bowl with that young talent in the next 5 years?
I would say yes, and I would say that it's the Ravens. They are, I mean, I was going to say they're the closest to it, though the Lions also made it to their conference championship game. But the Ravens have put together really good years. It's just about getting back and getting over the hump. Of those 5, I would trust them the most. They have a coach who's won a Super Bowl. They have a 2-time MVP at quarterback. They are a very good franchise. Give me the Ravens.
I'm going to power rank these.
Okay.
Number 1, Lions.
Wrong. It's the Ravens. You messed up already.
Number 2, Texans.
Double wrong.
Number 3,
wow, you're just going to have the Ravens lower.
Falcons.
Stupid.
Whoa.
Number 4, Ravens. I don't think the Raven. I'm going to say right now, Lamar Jackson will not win a Super Bowl.
You don't like their 14-3 seasons?
Wow. Put that on the future list.
Yeah,
but
get the extended
those are great.
Get the eggs where it has 2 yolks.
I mean, they're
in
great
it.
seasons, but they can't finish the job.
Yeah, but why would the Falcons be ahead of that when they can barely even make the playoffs?
Well, they're in a weak division. I'm saying that build off of that
with Kirk Cousins,
young talent.
Kemba Walker announced his retirement yesterday. You got any takes?
No.
This is pre you being in Big East, talking about Big East stuff.
Welcome to the Big East.
No, this was when the Big East was just meh.
Oh,
But it was
interesting.
tiny baby East.
This is meh East.
Infant East.
Not the Big East.
That was peak me hating UConn basketball, I think, when he was on those. I hated those stupid teams, and he was a part of it. They won a natty, and they sucked. That's my take. Yeah. See you later, Kemba. Fun name, Kemba.
I mean, I hope he saved his money and has a nice retirement.
There you go. Be fun to retire.
Or he'll, you know what? Maybe he'll end up on the NBC announce team next to Jack Collinsworth.
Don't you dare, John. Don't you dare.
On yesterday's show, we took the brunt of the blame for a coach getting fired in college football right as the calendar turned to July. Will something like this happen again over the next month, or do you think we're in the clear?
I mean, it's very early. We got a long month to go. I don't think another coach will get fired. I think we've maxed out on the coaches, getting fired because of.
What about a president getting fired?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's not college football.
No, of a university, John.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
No, I'm gonna say no.
The smart bet is no. I mean, while
the
there has
smart
been
bet might actually be yes.
Yeah, while weird stuff has happened over the last few years, as we recapped it the other day, the majority of these things were in relation to conference realignment. The better question might be, will there be a bombshell in conference realignment? And that could be like a Florida State or something like that. I'll agree with you. I'll say no.
So, EA Sports had Colorado in its top 25 best teams, but guess what? So did the Big 12. The first media preseason poll is out, and the Big 12's the Big 12's media put Colorado at number 11.
Those are words.
I did words.
Yeah.
Thoughts?
We talked about it the other day. The video game is trying to get people to buy the video game. Colorado is a popular team. That's all it is.
They're still top 25 in the Big 12.
They're still top 25 in the Big 12. That is inarguable. Inarguable. I'm not going to get mad about a video game I'm not going to play.
Oh, no, I'm not mad about it. I'm just laughing hysterically at, the nonsense of it all. But
Don't put it in the newspaper.
But what's interesting is look at the teams below Colorado. Baylor. Remember how good they used to be?
Baylor?
BYU.
Dude, if they finish...
Cincinnati was in the playoff just a couple of seasons ago.
Yeah. If Baylor finishes 12th in the league, Dave Aranda's getting fired.
I agree. Also, it again
It's a reminder of
amplifies the stupidity of the fact that we have 16-team and greater conferences that are just going 1 through 16, and it just looks silly.
Isn't it weird that Arizona State is now in the same conference as Iowa State?
Yeah.
That's odd.
Go close.
How about Arizona State and West Virginia being
Yeah,
in the
that's
same
weird.
conference?
Utah, very strange. I am happy that Utah and BYU are back together. Bring on the Holy War, baby. That's fun.
Yeah, I agree.
That's a fun rivalry, Nick.
Someone at the Clarion Ledger newspaper either has a sick sense of humor or needs to take a headline writing course.
The headline in the Clarion Ledger reads, Archie Manning, Ole Miss football legend, dad of Eli Peyton, grandfather of Arch, is 75.
Certainly seems like there is going to be a death announcement in that head.
Michael
That is the
Bruns-
exact way that you title something when someone dies.
Yes, Michael Brunch tweeted this out last night, and as I started reading it, I'm like, oh no, not Archie.
Yeah.
And then it just says, is 75.
Yeah. So he's still alive.
Happy birthday.
First of all, the fact that it's a story that he's 75 is pretty silly, but fine, I'll let that slide. You
he could
don't
almost be a
write a headline. Maybe you start it with Archie at 75 or, Diamond Birthday for Archie Manning or whatever, but
Archie Manning celebrates.
just
I think they
way
knew what they
this
were
looks-
doing. They wanted to get your clicks. I think they did this on purpose. I don't think that this was a screw up.
Here's the other thing.
I agree.
You notice anything missing? Poor Cooper.
Yeah, tough look for he didn't play in the NFL.
Yeah, but Cooper's a celebrity too.
Nah, he's just a guy. He's a guy named Cooper.
Cooper do?
And what about
He got hurt. He was going to be really good.
I keep forgetting what is Mrs. Manning's name. What's Archie's wife's name?
Mrs. Manning. I don't know.
Well, whatever. But I mean,
I don't know her name. What's her name, Nick?
I don't know.
I don't know everyone's name. I'm bad with names.
Oh, but when I can be bad with names.
Well, you just said that floozy or whatever you said. Spot the lie.
Speaking of ending things, Temple's new president said in a recent interview that he has no plans to end the football program. A sign of the times that he has to even address the idea.
Yeah, I mean, okay. So did somebody ask him? Like, what's the?
Yeah, he
what's
was
the, okay.
asked.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that is going to be a question that some of these schools get asked. Are you going to go down to lower level? Are you going to play? Yeah, sadly, I think that we are in that time. We are in that time now of life where we're going to get asked these questions.
and I don't blame anyone for asking the question because, Temple's every day that passes gets closer and closer to being even more irrelevant or not even in the club anymore.
And some athletic directors like to cut programs and then move to their alma mater and then leave.
Nice.
And then fire a bunch of people when they're
I
at the
do
new place.
wonder who will be, like if we froze the field today of
I
130 some odd teams in what we consider FBS college football, which of those drops the sport first?
Good question.
I'd like to see a Vegas odds board on that.
That would be depressing.
The administrators would not be happy to see that.
No.
The boosters, coaches, players. But I would be curious, who among the current FBS will be the first to stop sponsoring the sport? Or drop to FCS?
Which I think will happen too. So imagine dropping FCS with some of those big stadiums. Or bigger than FCS stadiums.
Finally, Hendrick Motorsports has ended their relationship with Hooters because the restaurant couldn't pay its bills.
Restaurant, Nick?
I forgot that that's a thing people called them. What does this say about America that Hooters can't pay its bills?
Well, we like really good food in America. Some people care only about the service and what they can oogle. I care about the experience of the food going into my mouth and then into my stomach.
Yeah, but what if the food and the service are both good?
I will say, I never thought that Hooters food was bad. I always liked it.
I like Hooters wings.
Their wings are different because they batter them, right? They fry them. There's like crunchy skin on them. I haven't been to Hooters in 12 years.
I've literally only ever been to one. And that was actually at a thing with Michael.
I was going to say, was it the remote with Michael?
It was.
Michael
bought me wings.
I thought the restaurant
What a
was kind of making
guy.
a comeback. I thought the company was making a bit of a comeback after some hard times. Guess not.
Younger generation's not as horny as your generation.
People forget that Hooters had an airline in the 90s.
I didn't even know that. I don't know if I forgot it.
Do they still have the casino in Vegas?
I didn't see a Hooters casino. Did you?
You know what? I think I might have.
Oh.
I might have saw an ad for it at least.
Oh.
Yeah.
There we go.
But maybe I'm wrong. By the way, my mom points out Olivia Manning. That
Olivia,
is
thank you.
Archie's wife.
That's a cool name. I like that name.
Olivia.
It's a nice name.
There you go.
Hooters Casino Hotel, Las Vegas.
Nice.
And hotel?
Well, yeah, of course. If it's going to be a casino, you got to have the hotel there.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Greatest value on the strip. Let's see what the value is. Let's say Nick's going to book a vacation for, let's go next Thursday, a week from Thursday.
And I might visit, but I would stay with my friends at the Circus Sports Resort.
Nice.
Let's see what I can get. Uh-oh. Our apologies. Our online reservation system is temporarily unavailable.
Oh.
I wonder if they closed.
Maybe that's where they're going to put the A's new stadium.
No, they're already in the process of getting rid of the old Trop.
Yeah, the Trop.
R.I.P. Trop.
Indeed.
We saw that.
They have
Tropic Alert.
They not only have a Hooters restaurant in the casino, but they also have Steak and Shake, Pizza Hut, Krispy Kreme, and Ben & Jerry's.
That's probably a good call. If you're Hooters, you might want to have a Hooters restaurant in your Hooters casino.
Yeah, if you don't, it'd be kind of odd.
Yeah.
Be a little strange.
I wonder if the decor is all just orange and white.
Nice.
I don't know, Nick. I have not been there.
Speaking of Hooters, it's time for What's for Dinner. What? We just were talking about food. I'm getting hungry. Actually,
the breasts!
Breasts! Kind of has something to do with my dinner tonight.
Oh, so you are going to go to Hooters.
I'll tell you next.
Next on 1620.
What?
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak. And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
I'm kind of on my own for dinner. The wife has informed me she's not doing anything. I think she's getting ready for tomorrow.
Wow.
Is it because of all those times you made her make you dinner when she only had one arm?
Get over here, Hobbles.
Josh.
That's what John would say. I'm quoting John.
That's not how I would say it.
That's what he would call the other Christine when he would call the other Christine.
Oh, sorry. I was talking about the different Christine. What are you going to do? What if you stop by Arby's, got some more potato cake?
Well, I thought about that until Michael brought the potato cakes. Now I feel like I've satisfied.
Oh, you've only had one, though.
Yeah,
John.
Yeah, that's
what's
true.
3 more?
And I haven't had my Arby's sauce.
There you go.
That might be the call.
Probably gonna do chicken and fries.
Whoa!
Yeah, not from Hooters.
Fries are basically a baked potato.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I'm trying to decide. So we have these things. Shafe turned me on to them called chicken chunks that we get at Costco. Throw them in the air fryer and then douse them in buffalo sauce. Toss them. We have some homemade ranch. Something about those. We also have some chicken that was previously cooked. Thinking about that. So game time decision when I get home. But some form of chicken and fries.
I'm gonna be on the road. Maybe fast food.
Maybe
something
fast
easy
food.
to eat while driving.
Interesting.
Well, another tough look for your boys.
Which boys are we discussing, John?
So
the proud ones?
There was a
those are John's boys.
There was a conversation that took place 1 year ago on Twitter.
Okay.
Between one Mike Schaefer, friend of the Grum, and one Michael Severe, friend of the Grum, in which they're just having a nice little Twitter conversation in which
I love nice Twitter
in
conversations.
which the subject of boneless wings came up.
Classic debate between people on the internet. Boneless wings, bone-in wings.
Mm-hmm.
This again was from last year, to which Popeye's Twitter, which has the same speed of service as
great Twitter,
actual Popeyes.
I follow the Popeyes Twitter account.
Tweeted at Michael Severe, try our new 6-piece boneless wings.
That's awesome.
Use code boneless believer for a free 6-piece with any purchase.
Oh, John, thanks for letting us know about this.
You know what? That's great.
Wings?
But again, in typical Popeyes fashion, it's 1 year ago.
That's true.
It's responding to something from 1 year ago.
You just stole Padilla's joke. You got to give Jacob Padilla credit for this joke.
I will give him all the credit in the world as long as he acknowledges, as well as the rest of the world, that Popeyes has horrific, terrible service.
I think what happened here is that Popeyes is like Husker football players, and they search things on Twitter. Popeyes.
Oh,
Husker
so they're
players,
very
handshake me.
So they have an issue. They have an insecurity issue.
No, they're trying to give you, John, free 6-piece boneless.
Did
and
you
you don't want them?
You just stole your own joke. Are you going to give yourself credit?
So is Thomas Fedoni.
Favorite player now.
Was that what he was doing too?
Searching my name.
He was just searching out his name in order to do better service.
I don't know about the latter, but definitely the searching part.
People like searching their names.
People love search. I Google my name every now and then.
You Google yourself?
Yeah, just
we don't want to hear about that.
See what's going on.
That's a reminder, folks. Get your orders in now for Popeyes Thanksgiving 2027, because if you get it in now, you might get your turkey by 2027.
John, you are a monster, but I hope that you have a great birthday tomorrow.
I will do my best.
Enjoy this last year in the demo.
2 years left.
I guess, yeah. 54.
What are you going to do when you age out? Is it like do we have to?
We don't have to listen to John anymore. His takes don't matter.
When John ages out, do we have to?
Whoa.
Is that what happens to
They say I have murder. He murders.
I don't know what happens.
He's your protege.
Cut off John's head and march down a street with his head
on a spike.
Baseball stitching.
Listen,
He's your protege.
I'm still young in this world. I didn't know if people
He's
got
Stibbs'
old Yeller
protege.
the second they aged out.
Old Yeller. what happened with Old Yeller? Rabies, right? Is that what happened with Old Yeller?
John, are you rabid?
No, I'm fine.
So you're having a burger tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm gonna have some burgers tomorrow. I think.
What else?
Oh, probably
Potato salad?
macaroni salad, or potato salad. My
Just get a bunch
mom's
of
bringing
potato cakes.
cucumbers and onion salad, which is always delicious.
Just get a bunch of potato cakes.
Done.
What a birthday gift that would be to John.
Like
Buy like 20 on your way home tonight and then throw them in the air fryer tomorrow.
with a vat of Arby's sauce.
With a
Happy
vat
birthday,
of
John.
Arby's
Dunk
sauce.
your head into it.
No, that's the birthday cake.
Oh,
just stack a bunch of potato cakes and ice them with
I bet
Arby's sauce.
you could find somebody who could make you a birthday cake that tastes like Arby's sauce.
Oh,
an Arby's sauce.
I don't know if I
You
would
don't-
want
you don't
that.
want that? All right.
Arby's sauce flavored soda.
Yeah.
Don't know if I would want that.
Yeah.
I think I would rather have, just a normal cake.
YouTube user writes, "Happy birthday tomorrow, John. Gentlemen, have a wonderful 4th. We will, and then we'll be back for you on Friday.
Two of you will.
I hope that at this time, Jan 6th in July, that we can agree to move on from whimsical jokes about me playing golf and putting all of our anger onto this man. Onto this man for what he is doing.
How do you
to
feel
us,
about vlogs, Josh?
to what he is doing? Oh, no, I'm not listening to you. Yeah, Nick got a new
Yeah,
title. He's the vlog boy.
In protest, we're not vlogging any of this show.
Yeah, we're gonna Friday show, radio only. Break the cameras, throw him out of the studio.
Yep.
I miss flipping off John when he said something on the air that I didn't like.
Nothing's stopping you. You can do that on the internet.
I just don't want to.
Or just do it like this.
Yeah, John does a very good job.
Yeah.
There we go.
Wow. The camera's got a wide reach
Yeah,
there.
I had to go like this. Yeah.
Be safe. Do us a favor and stop scaring the dogs and the pets. Leave the fireworks to the experts.
Yes,
indeed.
But if you must, have a good time. Be safe.
Happy birthday, John.
Enjoy an ice cold beer. Thank you. Good